Hey there, it's time for another complex build where we are using NestJS, Prisma, GraphQL, Redis, Postgres, ReactJS, Apollo Client, Zustand and the amazing UI library Mantine to build a full-stack TypeScript real-time chat app. Please make sure you have the Docker app ready on your system and you're good to go. Let me go over the main features our chat app is going to have. We will build a complete authentication flow which allows us to register, log in and log out. We will work with JWT tokens and use them as HttpOnly cookies for accessing protected mutations and queries. Users will be able to update their name and profile avatar, create chat rooms and add members to a chat room. For the real-time functionality in our app, we will use GraphQL subscriptions which are built on top of WebSockets. We use them to publish events on our backend, which allows all clients who have subscribed to the corresponding subscriptions to listen to events and get real-time updates. Features such as receiving messages in real time, seeing when someone types, are possible due to this. We will also make use of Redis to store the users that are currently live in a chat room. Whenever a new user joins or leaves a room, the list will be updated in real time on the backend and all clients that are subscribed will see the changes in real time. And now, without further ado, let's get started with coding. Alright, let's get started with coding, which is obviously the fun part. First of all, let's create a new empty directory and I name mine GraphQL chat app. Make dir GraphQL chat app. Like so. Let's cd into this directory. Now we can create a new NestJS and ReactJS project. So let's head over to the documentation of NestJS. Please make sure that you have installed the CLI of NestJS globally. And then you will be able to use this command, nest new. And I name my NestJS project backend. I use npm. Now we can head over to Vite and grab this line. npm create Vite at latest. We name our front-end project frontend. Frontend, like so. We choose a React and we choose TypeScript. And now we should have two projects in our GraphQL chat app, backend and frontend. And now I would say we head over to our backend and start implementing the logic for logging in, logging out and registering. Yeah, because after we have implemented this on the backend, we can go to the front end, implement the UI, and then we are ready to test it. So what we do next is we type cd backend and then code empty space dot to bring up Visual Studio Code. And we should be in the right directory, which is our backend here. And here we have our brand new NestJS project. Next, we can start running it by typing npm run start dev, and this should work right away. Since we are running our Postgres and Redis database in a Docker container, I would say let's start by creating a Docker Compose file in our root directory here. docker-compose.yml, and in here we will have two services, which will be Postgres and Redis. and they run on different ports. And here you see that we are making use of a user named John Doe with a password of 123, and our database will be named Chat App. Now it's important to create a .env file also in this root directory, and this env file looks like this. We need a database URL which has to look like this. Please make sure this is correct. And here you see John Doe and 123, which must match these values here, And then also the chat app here must match this here, right? So please make sure this is correct. And then also we have some secrets here for our tokens. And then we have an app URL, which is this here. Our NestJS application usually runs on port 3000. And then we have an image path where we will be storing images. Not only our profile images, so users can update their profile pictures, but also we will store images that users can send with the message. This is what this is be used for. Now we can close this .env file. Now to make it a breeze to work with our Postgres database, we will use Prisma, which is an object relational mapper. So here on the NestJS docs, we can see this here. And we can grab this line. Let's install Prisma. Let's create a new terminal here. npm I install Prisma --save -dev. Next we can run npx prisma init. And this should create a brand new Prisma folder here with a schema.prisma file in it. And here you see by default it uses Postgres SQL, which is correct, and it uses our database URL env variable, which we have provided here. Okay, now let's define some models in our schema.prisma file. First of all, we have a user model. And here the ID is the primary key. We have auto increment and default and ID here. This is important. So this is our primary key, and this means that it is unique by default. Then we have a couple of strings here and so on. We actually do not need this one here. And I think we do not need this one as well. And here you see we have two relationships. So a user can have multiple chat rooms. And a user can have multiple messages, like so. Next, let's create another model, our chat room model, looking like this. Again, we have an ID as primary key, and then here we have two relationships as well. And so a chat room can have many users. So in a chat room we can have many members, which are the users here. And also a chat room can have many messages. Now let's create the last model, message. And here you see we have two relationships as well, user and chat room. So a message needs to have a user and it needs to have a chat room. And then you see we specify a bunch of things here. So this is a basic procedure here. It's usually something like this, user ID and chat room ID, and then here it references ID and ID. This is always very similar here. And then here you see we have on delete cascade, and this means whenever we delete a user or a chat room, all the corresponding relationships are deleted as well. Yeah, so this is all you need to know here. And with that, we have defined 3 models, and these models will define the shape of our tables in our Postgres database. Yeah, this is how this works. And now let's keep going. Now let's close our schema.prisma file. Let's open up our terminal again. Let's run docker -compose up. And here I get an error because the Docker container is already running in my case, because I have coded out the whole project previously and I forgot to get rid of my container here. So in my Docker desktop app here, I can simply delete it. And here you see that I have a running Redis container still. And when going to my Docker desktop app, you see that there is one container, which is backend Redis _1. And yeah, let's simply delete it like so. And now let's try again to run docker compose up. And it's still not working. Not really sure why that is. But in your case, you should be fine, right? This is only my problem. So here, let's change this to my Postgres container 2. And let's try it out again. And this works, yeah? Now let's open up another terminal window. And let's run npx prisma migrate dev --name init. Next, let's create a Prisma service in our src folder here. Prisma.service.ts. And in here I paste this in. And the code for this I got from the NestJS docs again. Alright, which is this piece of code here that I have copied. And here you see a problem now, yeah, with the linting. So what we can do is, if you face the same problem, you can go to eslint rc.js and you can delete this plugin prettier recommended. And this should fix the issue here, yeah? Next, let's make sure that our NestJS application works well with GraphQL. So let's set up GraphQL. Here we can go again to the NestJS docs, and under this URL here we will find this line. Let's grab it. Let's open up a new terminal. Let's paste it in. Let's close these files here. We don't need docker compose anymore, and we don't need this migration.sql file. Okay, then we need to install a few more dependencies. Let's install NestJS JWT, yeah, like so. Let's install bcrypt for hashing our password, because we don't want to store plain passwords in our database. Let's install class transformer and class validator. I will explain a bit what they do later. Let's install cookie parser, because we want to work with HTTP-only cookies, which are super safe and which cannot be accessed by JavaScript in the browser. So the approach we will follow is super safe. And yeah, let's keep going. And maybe I think we need to install NestJS config to work with our env variables. And that should be it, I think. Now, let's create a new module. NestG module auth. Let's also create a resolver for our auth module. And also a service. Next, in our auth module, let's create a new file, types.ts. In here, let's do the following. Let's make use of the object type decorator, which we have to import from NestJS GraphQL, like so. And here we create a register response. And we are referencing a user. At the moment we do not have this, so we will create this in a bit. And let's also create a login response, which is very similar. Yeah, and here you see that we are writing TypeScript classes. And we are using these decorators, object type and field. And what this does is, it will convert this TypeScript code into a GraphQL schema. Yeah, there's also a schema-first approach where you write your GraphQL schema and then you can create your TypeScript classes from it. But I prefer to just write TypeScript and get my GraphQL schema auto-generated, so to speak. And now, let's create another module. Let's say NestG module, and we name our module user. In this user module, let's create a user service and also a user resolver. And now in our user directory here, let's create a new file, user.type.ts. And here I paste in the following. We make use of object type again, and then the field decorator. And we have a couple of fields here. And here you see that some fields are nullable, meaning we don't need to return them. And this is the case for fields like password and avatar URL, yeah, because in some cases we do not want them on our front end, yeah. Alrighty. Let's close this. Let's go back here. Let's import our user type. Alright, let's close this file. Now let's head over to our main.ts file in the source directory. So below the creation of the app variable, let's enable CORS by saying app.enable CORS. And here as origin, we have this here, because on this URL, our ReactJS application will run. And then we have to allow some headers. And here, this header is important. Yeah, if we don't have this header, we get an error. So, and then about the others, I'm not really sure. I would have to test it out, but if you are curious, you can test it out by getting rid of these and see what errors you are getting. And then as methods, yeah, you can specify these, which is totally fine. Below it, let's make use of cookie parser. Cookie parser we have to import, like so, yeah. Import star as cookie parser from cookie parser. Then I would say, before I forget it, let's install one more package. And this package is GraphQL upload. We need it so we can work with images. So let's type npm I GraphQL upload, and then it's important add, and then we need this version, because otherwise we will get errors. So it's a little bit buggy. So please make sure you have this version, yeah, 14.00. Let's install it. And then we can set it up here below our app.use cookie parser, like so. We have to import it. And here this is also a bit tricky. So import star as GraphQL upload express from GraphQL upload express.js. Yeah. And here we say max files is 1, meaning we just can send one file. Next, let's configure our validation pipe. App.use global pipes and then validation pipe, which we have to import from NestJS common. And here we make use of whitelist and transform. And whitelist makes sure that we don't receive unwanted data from the front end. And what data we want to receive, we will specify in our DTO file, which we create in a bit. Yeah, so this will make sure that we only receive the data that we have specified in our DTO file. And then also here we have transform, which allows us to convert strings coming from the front end into different types. Meaning, for example, if we have a string which is correctly formatted as a date, then we can convert it into a date object, for example. Yeah. So this is why we have these two. Next, let's have an exception factory below. Here we need to make sure that we import bad request exception. And here we have an array with multiple objects. And what we are doing is we are using reduce to take all the elements of the array and put them into a single object. Yeah, this is what reduce does here. And then we format it in a way that we can display the errors nicely on our front end. So we will have an object with a key of error.property, which is, for example, email or password and so on. And then here we will have basically a string, which is the error. For example, passwords do not match, or password must contain 8 characters or whatsoever. Yeah. And then we pass this formatted errors, which is an object now, to bad request exception. Yeah. And by the way, here you see these curly brackets. This means we start with an empty object. Yeah. And then here our app runs on port 3000. We can leave it like this. We can close this here. Wait, what's wrong here? We should just make it like this here. Yeah. So here we need a closing parenthesis. Now let's close our main.ts. We are done with it. Now let's head over to our app.module.ts. And in here, let's import a few things. We need GraphQL module from NestJS GraphQL. We need Apollo driver from NestJS Apollo. We need join from path. We need config module and config service from NestJS config. And now we can do the following. Here in this imports array, let's say comma, new line, GraphQL module for root async. Let's close this. in here, let's have an imports array. Let's import the config module and the app module, like so. Let's inject the config service. Then let's say driver, which is of type Apollo driver. Yeah. And then here we can say use factory again, which is an async function in our case. And I made it async, so we can do a bunch of other things in there, which is async, yeah? And this is also why we need to use this for root async here. There's also something like this, yeah? But we need async here. But at the moment, we don't need this token service here because we will create this later when dealing with subscriptions. So let's get rid of it. And now in here, we have to return something. Return curly brackets. Here we say playground is true. So we have a nice UI in our browser displaying all the related schemas and stuff like this. And also it allows us to perform queries, mutations, and subscriptions in the browser. Let's say auto schema file, join process CWD, and then source schema.gql. And this will make sure that a schema is auto-generated for us in here, yeah, in this directory. And the schema will be created from these things here, yeah, from our TypeScript classes here, which are decorated with object type and field. Yeah, this is important. Then also we can say sort schema is true. And later we have to come back to configure stuff for our GraphQL subscriptions. But for now we are good because when logging in, logging out and registering, we don't need subscriptions. So let's make sure that we are not dealing with it now. To simplify things a bit, let's also have our config module here in the imports array, like so. And here we set it to true because we need it in many places. And yeah, we are done with our app module here. Let's close it. And here you see that we are getting an error. Why is that? Ah, okay. We get this error because we must have at least one query. We will fix this in a bit. Or maybe we will fix it now. Here in our auth resolver, let's have a simple query which just returns hello. Yeah? Let's import query from NestJS GraphQL. And now, since we have set playground to true, we should be able to visit our GraphQL playground, which looks like this. And here you see we only have one query at the moment. Yeah? And what we can do is we can type query and then hello, like so. Oops, we need curly brackets here. And we should get back hello. Yeah, it's already working. And yeah, the error should be gone. Beautiful. Now in our auth service, let's get started. Here we make dependency injection, so we can use a few services in here. And the way we do dependency injection here in NestJS is by making use of our constructor here, and then we simply pass in the stuff that we want to use, yeah? And we are creating variables that we can access via this dot and then, for example, JWT service, yeah? This is very beautiful and easy to do. And here we need to make sure that we are importing these. Import JWT service from NestJS JWT. Let's import our Prisma service. Yeah. Dot and then Prisma.service. And let's import our config service from NestJS config. Next, let's create a method for refreshing our tokens. Refresh token. And this expects a request, which is of type request, coming from Express. So make sure to import it correctly. And then also here we have a response. And sorry for this here. This is not correct. We should not write it like so. Here these curly brackets need to stay empty. And below it we write it like so. And here we can extract our refresh token, and we need this refresh token to generate a new access token. And this access token is usually short-lived, yeah, so it doesn't live very long. And we can use this token to perform actions in our app that are protected, so to speak, yeah. So only correctly authenticated users are able to perform these actions. And these actions are something like creating a room, sending messages in a room, and so on, yeah? And here we can access the refresh token like so, because when issuing tokens, we name them like this, yeah? Refresh token and access token. You will see this in a bit when we implement the private method issue tokens, yeah? Alrighty. Now let's say if there's no refresh token, then we want to throw new unauthorized exception, and we say refresh token not found. And we are done with our refresh token method, yeah? This will be an early return, so to speak. Then after this, we know we have a refresh token, and we can get the payload from this token. We can use try and catch here. We can use JWT service.verify. We pass in the refresh token, and we access our refresh token secret from our .env file using our config service, yeah? And here you see we have these two secrets. Of course, they are very simple. Never have secrets like this, okay? This is not secure, but for our case here, it's totally fine. Then we can try to get the user by using sub on the payload object. And sub is something like ID. I'm not sure why you usually name this sub, but it's somehow a convention or so. Yeah, so this is why I named it like this. Next, let's say if there's no user, then of course we want to throw a bad request exception again. After that, we are totally fine, and we can start to create a new access token. So let's say const expires in. Let's give it some value, doesn't really matter, maybe something like this, 15k. Yeah. Then let's say const expiration mass.floor. We pass in the current date, and then we divide it by 1000. And then we add our expires in. And now we have an expiration date which lies 15,000 seconds in the future. Next, let's create our access token using our JWT service and then sign. We can pass in our payload properties. And then we can set the expiration to expiration. Yeah. And then also we need a secret for signing a token. And here we make use of our config service again, and we get the environment variable named access token secret. Yeah. Let's close this correctly here. And after that, we can say, and now here I have to get rid of this curly bracket here, like so. And then down below our access token variable, let's say res.cookie. We name an access token, we pass in our access token, and we say it should be HTTP only. And then also we can return our access token. And here we get an error because cookie does not exist on type response. And this is because our response type needs to come from Express as well. And now this error is gone. Next, let's have a private method, issue tokens. And this is private because we only need to use it here in our auth service. And this takes a user, which is of type user. Let's import it from Prisma client. Then let's create our payload object. Yeah. So our payload will have a username and a sub, which is our user ID. Then we can create our access token and our refresh token like so. Yeah. And you see the access token usually has a very short life, while the refresh token lives longer. And then we can say response.cookie, access token, and then we pass in our access token. And we do the same for our refresh token as well. And important here, please make sure to have HTTP only set to true in both cases. And then below this, we can return our user. Next, I think we can have another private method, which takes in login DTO of type login DTO. This is what we have to create. So in our auth directory, let's create a new file, dto.ts. And this will look like this. So here we specify input type, meaning this is data coming from our front end. And then here we make use of bunch of decorators such as is not empty and so on. Meaning if, for example, the full name is empty, this error will be thrown. And since we have set whitelist to true, only the data specified here will be taken into account. Yeah. So if more data is coming from our front end, it will be simply ignored by our backend. Yeah. So this is why we use whitelist true. Yeah. It gives us a bit more safety, and we don't want to deal with unwanted data from the front end. Yeah. And so we have two classes here, register DTO and login DTO. If you don't want to write it out, yeah, just head over to my GitHub to get the code and then copy paste and you're good to go. Because here's not much to learn, I would say. Let's close this .dto file. Let's import login DTO. And here let's try to find a user by using find unique, and we can use find unique because we specified email as unique in our schema.prisma file. And here we say for the case that we have a user and bcrypt.compare returns true, then we want to return our user. Otherwise, we return null. Yeah, and we have to import bcrypt, import star as bcrypt from bcrypt. Next, let's have async register, which takes in register DTO of type register DTO. And then also a response of type response. In here we are using find unique again to find an existing user. If there is an existing user, we do an early return via bad request exception, and we say email already in use. Otherwise, we can hash our password using bcrypt.hash. As salt, we can pass in 10, so it's pretty secure. Then we can create a new user using Prisma user create, and we pass in the data. And after this, we can issue our tokens. Yeah, and issue tokens returns a user, and also it sets the cookies. Yeah. Then we have a login method, which takes in login DTO of type login DTO and a response of type response. And then here validate user returns a user for the case that the password stored in our database matches the password coming from our front end, and also that there has been found a user with the email coming from the front end. Yeah. Alright, so, and then here for the case that we don't have a valid user, we throw a bad request exception again, and we say invalid credentials. And last but not least, we issue tokens again and return a user. Then also let's have a logout. And here we simply are clearing our cookies, and then we return a string successfully logged out. Next, let's create a guard, and we will use this guard to protect a few mutations, meaning only authenticated users are able to perform certain mutations. And one mutation that we will be implementing in a bit will be to update the user profile. Yeah? Only authenticated users should be able to update their profile. And for this, let's create a new file in this auth directory, GraphQL auth.guard.ts. Here, let's import a few things from NestJS common, can activate, execution context, injectable, and unauthorized exception. Let's also import JWT service from NestJS JWT, and then config service from NestJS config, and request from express. Next, let's create our GraphQL auth guard, which implements can activate. And can activate is an interface which tells us that our GraphQL auth guard needs to implement a method called can activate. Async can activate, which takes in a context of type execution context, and then it returns a promise boolean. And here we will make use of two dependencies in here, so we need to use our constructor, and we will make use of our JWT and config service. Then in our canActivate method, let's get the GQL context by running getArg by index and pass in 2 on the context object here. Then let's get the request object from GQL context.request. Then we can get our token by running this extract token from cookie. We have to create this method. If there is no token, we throw unauthorized exception. Otherwise, we have a token and we can try to get its payload. So we have a try and catch block. Here we are trying to get the payload by running await this JWT service, verify async, and then we pass in our token and the corresponding secret. And then after this line here, we know that we have a valid payload, and we can assign this payload to request user. So we will have a user object on the request object containing a payload with a full name and a sub. Yeah. And for the case that we failed, we throw an unauthorized exception as well. And then lastly, we return true here. This is important. Return true. All right. And then we have to implement our private method, extract token from cookie, which looks like this. It takes in the request from Express, and then it returns request cookies access token. Yeah, like so. And what you see is that this guard puts a user on the request object for the case that the token has been valid, yeah, and otherwise it throws an unauthorized exception, yeah. So we can use this guard to protect mutation and queries and so on. All right, cool. Now let's head to our auth.resolver and start implementing the auth resolver. So our auth resolver has a few dependencies. So our auth resolver needs to access the auth service. So we make use of dependency injection here. We use the constructor. We pass in auth service, yeah, which is of type auth service. We close this constructor here. We have to import auth service. And now we can create our first mutation. We have to import mutation from NestJS GraphQL. And we have to import our register response. Now our register mutation expects an argument. So we can use this args decorator here from NestJS GraphQL. And the name will be register input. Yeah, this will be coming from our front end. And it will have the shape of register DTO, which we have to import here. Below this register input args, let's make use of the context. Let's import it. And now we can close this here. This function signature. Let's open up curly brackets. In here we can make a simple check first of all. So we have a password and a confirm password. And for the case that these passwords are not matching, then we throw a bad request exception. Otherwise, we can register the user by using our register method in the auth service, and we get back a user. And then we can return this user, like so. And of course here's an error, because whenever we are using throw, we do an early return here. So this will be not executed. And the reason for this is here we need to correctly close this if block here, like so. And then we are getting an error here. And the reason is we need to import response from Express. Then we have a login mutation, which is similar but a bit easier. Here we use our login response as return type. And then as args, we expect login input coming from the front end. We use our login DTO. For validation, we use our context here. And then we run auth service login. And we pass in login DTO and context.response. Beautiful. Then we have a logout mutation, which just returns a string, which is in this case successfully logged out. Yeah, and yeah, pretty easy and pretty straightforward. And then also we need a mutation for refreshing our tokens, yeah? So here we need to make sure that we are importing request from Express. And then it's pretty easy. What we are doing here, we use try and catch block. For the case that we are not able to get a token, we throw a bad request exception. Otherwise, we will have a valid access token as cookie, yeah? And with that, we are done with our auth resolver. Let's close it. Now, let's head over to our user service. And in here, let's make use of our Prisma service by dependency injection. Let's create an async method named update profile. And here we expect as arguments user ID, which is of type number, full name, which is a string, avatar URL, which is a string, and that's it. And then in here, for the case that we have an avatar URL, yeah, then we are updating the user with the full name and avatar URL. And we can even say return here. Otherwise, if we don't have an avatar URL, then we simply update only the username, yeah, which is full name in our case, because we actually don't have a username. We named it full name here. And sorry for this, we have to close this if block before the second await statement. And also we need to return it, like so, yeah? So that it actually returns a user for both cases. And with that, we are done with the update profile method. Let's go to our user resolver. Let's import query, context, and mutation from NestJS GraphQL. Let's also import args. Let's import our user service. Let's import our user type. Let's import a request from Express. Let's import use guards from NestJS common. Let's import our GraphQL auth guard. Let's import create write stream from fs. Let's import join from pass. Let's import v4 as UUID, v4 from UUID. And also let's import star as GraphQL upload from GraphQL upload, GraphQL upload.js. And then let's make use of dependency injection here via our constructor. And here we want to use the user service. Now let's create our update profile mutation. We want it to be protected, so only authenticated users are able to update their profile. And then this mutation will return a user. As args, we have a full name and a file, which is of type GraphQL upload and which can be nullable. And then here we need to specify file, which is of type GraphQL file upload, like so. Okay. Then also we have another argument, which is the chatroom ID, which can, no, actually, we don't need this one here. Then also we want to access our context. And to be more specific, we want to access the request object. Now let's close this function signature. Let's open up curly brackets so we can implement the function body. Here we want to get the image URL by using a private method, store image and get URL. We have to create this one. Then let's also extract the user ID from context, request user sub, and The reason we can do this and we have this user object on the request object is because we are using use guards here, yeah? And our guard puts the user object on the request object, yeah? And then down below we can return this user service update profile, and we pass in a few things here, yeah? User ID, full name, and image URL. Now we have an error here because user does not exist on this request object, yeah? So TypeScript does not know about this. So let's fix this. Let's create a new file in our source directory, types.d.ts. And in here we pass this in. We say under the express namespace, we want to change the shape of the request object. We want to say that it can have a user with a username and a sub, yeah? And now this error is gone here. Beautiful. Let's keep going. And now let's implement this method here, which will be a private method. So let's say private async store image and get URL. It takes in a file which is of type GraphQL upload, like so, and then it just returns a string because this will be our image URL, yeah? Now we can destructure this file object and get create read stream and file name from it. Then we can create a unique file name using UUID v4, and then we append file name. We can create an image path, which is the path of the image file in our file system, and we can create an image URL by using the app URL env variable and then adding unique file name, yeah. Then let's create a read stream by running create read stream, and then we are moving the image to the image path by running pipe on read stream, and then we are making use of create a write stream, and we pass in this image path. And lastly, we will need to return image URL. So this returns a simple string. Okay, nice. Now we are done with our user resolver. We can close it. Let's see if we have any errors here on our backend. And of course we have errors here, so let's fix them. So let's go to our AuthModule, and here we need to add in this providers array JWT service, like so. And also we need to add our Prisma service. And then also in our user module, we also need to add the Prisma service and JWT service as well. And finally, we are done and there are 0 errors. Now I would say let's head over to the front end and implement some nice UI. Let's go. Alright, now to get to our front-end project, let's type cd empty space .dot and then cd front-end, then code empty space dot, and let's start our ReactJS project. npm run dev, npm I, and then npm run dev. Yeah. And here we have our ReactJS project beautifully running. Now let's head over to the beautiful UI library Mantine, and here under guides white I can choose what I want to have. I want to have Mantine hooks, core, form. Then I want to have drop zone and modals. And we are, yeah, that should be it. Then here I can choose npm. Let's grab all of this and let's install it by pasting it in. And now let's try it out. So what we can do is we can go to our app.tsx and we can get rid of everything in here. We can use a card component from Mantine. And now, all right, I can't use a card component here. Maybe what we can do is we can do Control, Shift and P, and we can say developer reload window. Maybe there was some issue with that. Let's see if I can auto import it. This should be working, but somehow it is not. So let's import card from, and now Mantine core. Alright, that's strange. Why do I not have Mantine core here? I've installed it, huh? That's really strange. So what I will do is I will write npm I Mantine core like so. And now I should be able to import it here. Or Mantine core. Yeah. Let's make use of our card. And this is just for testing, right? So you don't really need to do that. And in here, let's have some text with italic. Let's import this text from Mantine core. Hello. And let's see what we get here. Yeah, it seems to be working. So we can use Mantine now. I can also give this card a shadow, I think. Like so. And here shadow large, for example. And you see we have a shadow here. Yeah? So our Mantine UI library is working with our ReactJS project. Next, I would say let's use GraphQL code generator to generate types on our front end, so we do not have to write them ourselves. And we will use types for our queries, mutations, and subscriptions. So this is very beautiful and easy to use. And it helps us tremendously, yeah, because we don't need to write anything manually. And everything will be properly typed, yeah. So we know that a specific query or mutation returns exactly this type, yeah. For example, we know that this query will return a user of a specific shape, yeah. And how this works is it generates all the types for us based on our GraphQL schema of our backend. So when looking at our playground, you see that we have this schema here, yeah? And it just takes the schema, it downloads it, and then it works with it and creates TypeScript types for us. And how this works in detail you will see in a bit, and how useful this is and stuff like this. So don't worry, bear with me. And I would say we start by installing all the dependencies that we need for GraphQL code gen. So make sure you are on this URL here and you can grab these two lines here, yeah? So what I will do is I will grab the first line, paste it in. Or wait, let me clear it. So I will paste in the first line npm I -s GraphQL, then ampersand, and then I will paste in the second line, like so. Hit enter. Next, let's create a codegen.ts file in the root directory here of our ReactJS project, codegen.ts. And you can grab this code here, paste it in. Now we need to make a few adjustments. First of all, in our source directory, let's create a new folder, GraphQL. And in it, let's create a few other folders, mutations, queries, and subscriptions. Like so. And now here our schema is not on this URL, but it is on HTTP localhost 3000 and then GraphQL, yeah? And now documents, here we need to specify source. Then we have this GraphQL folder here, so GraphQL. And then in this GraphQL folder, then we want to use any subfolders, which is either mutations, queries, or subscriptions. And then within these folders, any files ending with TS, like so, yeah? And now we should be done with this codegen.ts file. We can close it. And now we should be able to generate some types. So what we can do is npx GraphQL minus codegen, and let's see what we get. All right, here we get some errors. Interesting. And of course, I made a mistake, codegen. And we can also do --watch. So whenever something changes, new types will be generated automatically. So this is really beautiful. And we don't need to keep running this command, yeah, as we progress with our application. And here I use verbose to get a more detailed output. Let's hit enter. And our types are generated. Let's see what we got. So let's head over to GQL and then GraphQL.ts. And you see that here are some types. Yeah, we have a user type. But what you can see is here is something missing. Yeah, we have a user type and so on, but we have no types for our queries and mutations. So what we can do is we can go back to our codegen.ts. We have this preset client, which is correct, but we need plugins as well. And here we need to specify TypeScript. And now let's try it out again. We might have to install it. I'm not sure if we have installed it already. So let's try it out again. And of course, here I get an error, parcel watcher not found. So we need to install this thing as well. So let's go to get started here in the GraphQL code generator docs. And here we have install, and we need to install this here. npm -d add parcel watcher. Yeah, so we can watch for any file changes. Like so. Now let's try it out again. npx GraphQL codegen --watch --verbose. Let's head to our folder here, GraphQL.ts. And let's see what we have here. And it seems it still has not generated types for our queries, mutations, and subscriptions. Let's create a few mutations, 3 to be precise. Let's create a login.ts, register.ts, and logout.ts. And maybe let's also create update user profile.ts. Now let's go to login.ts. And in here we will create our first mutation. We name it login user. And then also we need to install a few other dependencies, such as Apollo client and so on. We will do it in a bit. And now here we are exporting a login user, and then we are specifying a mutation login user, which takes in an email and a password, which are both of type string. And then here we name this login, because on our backend we named it login, and here you'll see we specify login input. This is what we expect on our backend, yeah? And we pass in the email and the password. And then we return a user with the fields of email, ID, full name, and so on, yeah? Then register looks almost the same, yeah? But here we have a few more arguments, yeah? We expect a full name and a confirmed password as well. But then we return the same user object like in our login mutation, yeah? And then also we have logout, which looks like this. And here we simply call our logout mutation on the backend. And this thing does not return any object with fields, yeah? So this is why we don't need to specify anything else here. Then we will have an update user profile mutation, which takes in a full name, file, and chatroom ID, yeah? And this has to be of type float. And here as file, we have to specify it as upload, which is a specific type for GraphQL. And then we pass in the values, and we simply return ID, full name, and avatar URL. All right, let's close all these files. Let's go to the Apollo client docs, and here let's copy this line. npm I add Apollo client and then also GraphQL. Now in our source directory, let's create a new file, apollo client.ts. Let's import a few things in this file. Apollo client in memory cache, normalized cache object, GQL observable, Apollo link, and split. But yeah, maybe we import split because maybe let's fully set it up, yeah. So it will be able to work with subscriptions as well, yeah. So this is why we need the split, because we are working with subscriptions for real-time updates in our application. Then let's also import create upload link from Apollo upload client. And I think we have to install this thing here. Yeah, maybe let's install it. npm I Apollo upload client. Then also let's import get main definition from Apollo client utilities. And then also load error messages and load dev messages from Apollo client dev. All right. Now, and then also we have to import use user store from stores user store. And this is what we have to create. we will be using Zustand. So let's install Zustand, npm I Zustand. Let's create a stores folder under source, stores, and in here let's create a user store.ts. In our user store, let's implement everything in here. We need to import a few things. Create from Zustand, persist from Zustand middleware, and user from GraphQL. And we are using persist here, so all the state from our global Zustand store will be stored in local storage, which is pretty cool and pretty handy. And you will see this in a bit. Then let's create a user state, which looks like this. And maybe we can make it an interface, yeah, because we have some functions here. And here you see we have a couple of properties. And then also we have some functions here, yeah. These are actually types for our actions, yeah. And we use actions in Zustand to mutate this state here, yeah. These properties. All right, next, let's say export const, use user store, we use create, we pass in our user state. Yeah, so it's properly typed. Then it's important, we need these parentheses here. And then we can call persist. Let's close it. And in persist, we can run a function which has access to set. Initially, our state looks like this. Yeah. And then by using this set, we can actually set the state. Yeah, we can mutate it, so to speak. And here you see we have our different actions here. And they make use of set to mutate the avatar URL, full name, yeah, or to set the whole user, yeah, like so. All right, next we need to specify a name. All right, and I need to make sure that I close this correctly. And now, after these two brackets here, we have to provide a name for this. And we name it user storage, like so. Yeah, so this will be the name in our local storage of our state. And here we have an error. Why is that? Yeah, we have to specify it like this. So if there's no user ID, then we make it undefined, yeah, like so. And with that, we are done with our user store. Let's close it. So we can use our user store in Apollo client.ts. Now in our Apollo client, let's create a function which is async, yeah, for refreshing our tokens. It expects a client of type Apollo client, normalized cache object, and in here we have try and catch. In the try block, we say await client mutate, and then we run our refresh token mutation. Yeah, here refresh token because we named it refresh token on the backend. And this will return some data. And then we can get our access token by saying data.refresh token. This is how we named our mutation. And for the case that we didn't get an access token, we can throw an error. New access token not received. And then also here in the catch block, we can also throw a new error. Error getting new access token. Next, let's define two variables. Retry count, we set it to null, and max retries 3. Now let's create a link for our WebSocket. we have to import this. And by the way, we have to install a few more things, I think. Yeah, we have to import WebSocket link from Apollo client link WS. And okay, we don't need to import this. And we don't have to install it. Okay, nice. And here, yeah, make sure to have this URL. And then we say reconnect true. And then authorization. And here we need to pass a correctly formatted string. Yeah, containing bearer, empty space. And then local storage get item. Yeah, and here we need to specify our access token. And then one important thing here is also, I forgot it here. Let's change it. I need to return bearer, empty space, and then the new access token, like so. Yeah, we will make use of this function later. And yeah, correct. So next, let's have an error link. And in here, we run a function which has access to GraphQL errors, operation forward, and network error. But we don't really need this network error. Let's close it correctly. And in here, let's loop over GraphQL errors. Then let's do an if check. Here we are checking for the error code unauthenticated. And then also we check whether retry count is smaller than max retry. Yeah. And only if these two are true, then we want to keep going. Yeah. And what we want to do is we want to increment the retry count. And then we want to return a new observable. And in here, we run a function which has access to the observer. And then we call our refresh token function. We pass in the client. And then we can call .then. And here as argument, we get the token because we returned it here. Yeah. And then we can pass our token to the authorization header. And it's already in the correct format with bearer, empty space, and then the token. So this is all correct. Then we create a forward variable by using forward. And then forward subscribed and then we are calling forward subscribe observer. For the case that this has been successful, we are basically calling the next link in the chain. Yeah. Because we have multiple links that we will be using, and this is how it is done in Apollo client. It's a bit complicated, also because we are using an observable here, and the reason is that we can't use a promise here because a promise resolves to a single value, and here we have multiple values over time and stuff like this. So this is why we need to use an observable here. Let's make sure we close everything correctly. Then let's also have another code block below this if block here. And here we check for whether the error.message is refresh token not found. If this is the case, we know there is no refresh token anymore in the browser session. This means the user has closed his browser or the browser tab, so to speak, yeah. And by doing so, he deletes his browser session. So there's no refresh token anymore. And this means that the user has been logged out, so to speak, from our application, and he needs to log in again, yeah. And this is why we are resetting the user in our global Zustand store. And by doing so, we will make sure that we show the correct UI, yeah? Meaning without a valid user in the global store, we will show, for example, the login model, so to speak, yeah? But you will see this in more detail when we implement this. So don't get confused by this. And here it's important to write it like this because we can't use hooks here, yeah, because we are not in a ReactJS component. So this is why you see me writing it like this with set state. Then let's also create an upload link looking like this. Here again, we need to specify our URI, which looks like this. We need to include credentials, meaning our cookies. And then here, this is important, otherwise we get an error, like so. Then also, because we are using subscriptions, we need to create another link. And here, this link, I simply named it link. We use split in here, we run a function that has access to the query, we get the definition, and then we return a boolean here, based on this here. And then also we need to specify WebSocket link and then also Apollo link from, and then the error link and upload link. This is important, yeah? And we need to use split because we are using subscriptions, yeah? Alrighty. And now let's create our Apollo client. Our Apollo client looks like this. We pass in our URI, cache new in-memory cache, type policies we don't need here, credentials include, headers content type application JSON, and then a link, which is this thing here, and it uses WebSocket link and then also error link and upload link, and we need to use split because we are using subscriptions. This is important. And now we should be fine. And now one more thing though, we need to import on error. Where do we need to import it from? It should be here from Apollo client, on error. Or does this not work? Okay. On error, we have to import from Apollo client link error. And now we have to correctly import our user store here. What's wrong with here? What's wrong here? Stores user store. Let's go to user store again. Why is this not working here? Okay. Stupid mistake here. We have to go to stores, so we don't need double dots here. And sorry. And also, one more thing, create upload link we have been using here. So we need to install this, I think. Let's install it. npm I Apollo upload client. And we might need to install the corresponding types as well. Let's do that. Now let's reload the window. And I think we are good here. Now, one more thing. We can use this to get a more detailed output of error messages. Load error messages like so, and load dev messages like so. Okay. Now let's go to our main.tsx. And in here we need to make use of Apollo provider, which we have to use like this. We have to wrap app in it. Let's import Apollo provider from Apollo client. And let's also import our client as well. And I think Apollo client. Like so. Okay, perfect. Okay, and now you see we have one more error here. And we might need to install subscription transport WS as well. So let's install this. Let's restart this. Oops. npm run dev. Let's see if we get any errors. Okay. Here we get a problem. Yeah. Because still need to put in some work on the backend for the WebSocket connection to be working. So yeah, maybe let's do that next, so we get rid of this stupid error here, yeah? Okay, currently we are facing this annoying WebSocket error, and we get it because further work needs to be done on the backend. So WebSockets can work with our NestJS app, and we are making use of GraphQL subscriptions. And subscriptions are built on top of WebSockets, yeah? And here we still need to put in a bit more work. And I would say let's jump to the back end and fix it. And by the way, thank you so much for powering through this here. I know it has been challenging. You've put in a lot of work. So congratulations, you're doing an amazing job. Although it's very hard, I know it, because here are many new things and I think you've already learned a lot. So yeah, let's keep going and don't push yourself too hard. That's not healthy either. So yeah. Alright, so let's go to the backend and fix this error. Alright, I'm now here on my backend. So first of all, let's install a few packages. I think we need to install 2 more packages. npm I, and we need to install GraphQL Redis subscriptions and IO Redis, like so. And now let's make sure that we are on app.module.ts, and in here we need to make use of a few things. So we want to use Redis for a real-time feature, yeah? We want to use Redis for displaying the users that are currently live in a room. So how can we do it? We can do it by using Redis pub sub. And we need to initialize it like so. We have to import it first of all. Redis pub sub from GraphQL Redis subscriptions. We need to pass in our host, yeah, which is Redis host or localhost. Currently we don't have a Redis host in our .env file, yeah, which is fine. So we are using this localhost. And then we are running it on Redis port or port 6379, which is fine. And then also we can have something like this, retry strategy, which is an arrow function which gets access to times. And then we can return mass min times 50 and then comma 2000, like so. Now let's go to our use factory, and here we go to this return statement. And in here, let's say install subscription handlers, and let's set it to true, like so. Then underneath sort schema, let's say subscriptions. And in here we have to do a couple of things. First of all, we have to say GraphQL WS, and we have to set it to true. Then subscriptions transport WS, we have to set to true as well. And now, before we keep going, we have to actually create another service to have a well-structured app. So here, let's create a service, NestG service, and we name it token. Now here in our token service, it's already injectable, meaning we can put it in a provider's array and use it in other modules. So here, let's make use of dependency injection via constructor. We pass in our config service, which we have to import from NestJS config. Then in here, we will have a method, extract token, which has access to connection params, and it returns a string or null, and it simply returns connection params token, yeah, or null, if token is undefined. And then also we will have another method, which is validate, which gets the token, and then it accesses the secret from our .env file, yeah, the refresh token secret, and then it uses verify to verify this token against our secret. Alrighty, we have to import verify from JSON Web Token, like so, and we are done with our token service. Now we have our useFactory function here in app.module. In here we are using the config service already, so let's also add the token service, like so, and we have to import token service. And now what we want to do here in this return block, underneath subscriptions, let's have another function on connect, like so. And here we have an arrow function which has access to connection params. And then let's go into the function body. Here we get the token via token service.extract token. We pass in the connection params. And then for the case that there is no token, we throw an error, yeah, token not provided. Otherwise, we can use a validate token to get a user, yeah. And here, sorry, we need to get rid of this return user. Then for the case that we don't have a user, we throw another error. Otherwise, we can return a user, yeah. And sorry, here I have to get rid of one of these, yeah. So we just need to validate the token once. Okay, I think we are fine here now. Now, when going back to our front end, yeah, in the browser, it seems as if the error is gone. So I think we are fine, yeah. And we can keep going on the front end. So what I would suggest is that we start building out our sidebar here. And then once we have the sidebar, we can have a little icon for logging in and logging out. Yeah. And once we have this, we can build out our modal for logging in and registering, and then also we can have the functionality for logging out. Yeah. So I would say we do this. So let's go and build out a beautiful sidebar. Alright, now on our front end, let's go to stores, and we have to create another store. So we create general store.ts. And Zustand makes it really a breeze to work with global state. And it's pretty easy to set up, so there's not much to do. You have already done it once, so let's do it twice. Let's import create from Zustand and persist from Zustand middleware. let's define our state. Yeah, let's name it general state, and maybe an interface is a better fit for this because we also have some functions here. All right, yeah, so we basically have 3 booleans and then 3 actions, yeah, that are able to toggle. Yeah, so these actions will modify these 3 values. Yeah, if a value is true, it will be false after it, or if it's false, it will be true. Yeah, that's all what these 3 actions will be doing. So let's implement the logic for this. So next we have to say export const, use general store. We have to use our create function here. We have to pass in our state, yeah, to properly type it. Let's call this create function and then let's open up parentheses. And in persist, we call an arrow function which gets access to set. Alright, let me close everything correctly so I don't mess it up. Now in these curly brackets here, let's have our booleans. They are all initially false, like so. And then down below, let's have our 3 actions for mutating these 3 booleans. Yeah. And what these actions are doing is they are getting access to the state, and then they are assigning a new value to these properties here, yeah, by taking the current value of it and then turning it into the opposite and assigning it to the corresponding property of our state. Yeah, that's all they are doing here. And then here we have to specify a name again, and we can name it general store, like so. Okay. And now I messed up something, so I need to get rid of this here. And we are good to go. Let's close it. Let's go to components. Now, under source, let's create a new folder, components. And in components, let's create a new file, sidebar.tsx rfce. Let's do rfce to create some boilerplate. And if you want to be able to do it as I did, please make sure you have an extension, React snippets. Let's see if I find it. Yeah, so I think you need this extensions here. ES7 Plus, React Redux, React Native snippets. And then you can auto-generate some nice boilerplate. Now, let's create another folder in source, layouts. In there, let's create a main layout.tsx file. And this file is a very simple component. So this component will be wrapped around other components. So here we need to destructure our props and get the children. And the children is of type React element. Yeah? And then we simply return something like this. We have to import flex from Mantine core. And here we simply render our children. We can do a lot of things in here, but this is a very simple component, which we can leave like this for now. Export default main layout, like so. Now, let's create another folder under source, pages. And in here we will just have one page named home.tsx. And here let's have a simple component like so. And here we return our main layout. And in here, let's just have a fragment for now. And let's say home page like so. And for now, let's also import our sidebar like so. And we need to make sure that we take this fragment and put it above main layout like so. And here sidebar needs to be closed like this. And sorry, we need to put it above sidebar like so. Oh my god. Now let's create another component, protected routes.tsx. This component needs to have a few imports. We need to use effect from React. We need to use user store. And we need to use general store, which we import from our stores directory here. Then we will have our component here, protected routes. Again, this has access to children because we wrap it around other components. Children are of type React Node. So this will be another component. And now in here, we need to access our global state. We want to access the user ID via use user store. And then in here we can run an arrow function which gets access to the state, and we return state.id. Yeah? And we can do this because in here we have our user state which has an ID property. And then also we want to access our action here, toggle login modal, and we can do it like so, state.toggle login modal. Now in here, let's do the following. Let's have an use effect. And this use effect should run every time the user ID changes or toggle login modal changes. Yeah? And in here we want to do the following. If there is no user ID, meaning we don't have a user ID in our global store, then we know the user is not logged in anymore in our application. And what we want to do then is we basically want to show the login modal. Yeah? So we toggle the state here in our general store, and we simply set is login modal open to true, yeah, in this case. And now we do some conditional rendering. If we have a user ID, then we simply will render the children. Otherwise, we will render protected for now, yeah? Now, let's go to Chrome DevTools. And in here you see I have a bunch of things. They might be from other apps and stuff like this. So I will get rid of them here. In my local storage, I will refresh. And now you see I have a user storage here. Yeah? Which initially looks like this. Okay, now let's export protected routes. And also what's wrong in here. And sorry for this. Oh my god. Let's grab this code. This must be outside of use effect. And we are done with our protected routes component. Let's close it. Now, just for the sake of testing, let's do the following. Let's simply make use of this protected routes component, like so. And let's wrap it around this. Protected routes, like so. Let's close it correctly. Protected routes. Let's get rid of this fragment here. And now, in order to access our page here, let's implement routing using React Router. So for this, let's go to our terminal and let's install npm I react router DOM, like so. And now let's close this terminal and let's go to main.tsx. And in here, let's import router provider and create browser router from React Router DOM. Alright, and now let's create a router by using create browser router. In here, we will have one element in this array here with the properties of path is slash, and then as children, we actually don't need children here. So let's say element, and we render our home component, or I should say our home page. So this is all we need to do here. Now let's do the following here. In our Apollo provider, let's make use of router provider and let's pass our router as props to router provider, like so. And this can be self-closing. And with that in place, let's go check it out. And what you see is we get protected, because currently in our user storage there is no user ID, yeah? As you can see here. And this is why we see protected here, because we render either protected or we render the children in our protected routes, yeah? And now you see how this works here. Everything is persisted to our local storage, which is super cool, and we can see what's going on here in our global state. And maybe let's rename user storage here to simply user store. Yeah, I would say this is a better name, user store, like so. And once we hit refresh, I think I have to delete this one here, user storage, and we are good to go, yeah? And now that we are knowing that our protected routes component is working properly, for now I would say let's get rid of it. And let's see what's happening. Let's use a fragment here again. So we simply have one root element in our main layout here. And you see that our sidebar and homepage are being rendered now. Beautiful. And now it's time for coding out our sidebar. So let's go. For this, let's import a few things. Let's import useState from React. Let's import our useGeneralStore. Then we need to import a couple of things from Mantine core, which are navbar, center tooltip, unstyled button, create styles, stack, and rem. Then also let's import a few icons. Icon gauche, icon device desktop analytics, icon user, icon logout, icon brand messenger, icon brand WeChat, icon login from tabular icons React. And sorry, the first two ones we don't need. Let's get rid of them. Let's also import use user store. And let's import our use mutation hook from Apollo client and our logout user mutation that we have created in the mutations directory. Yeah. All right. Let me make the code editor a bit larger. And now let's create a variable const use styles, which is equal to create styles. And then in here we have access to the theme. We don't need other parameters here. Let's close everything correctly. And then in here, let's say the following. Let's make a return statement. And then we define a link property here. And then also we define another thing here, which defines what shall happen when we hover over it. Yeah. So then we want to change the background color. Yeah. And here we define, and here we have two properties. We have a link. And also in this link property, we define what shall happen when hovering over a link. And here we simply change the background color. Yeah. And then here in this link property, we define a width, a height. We use this rem function here, which takes in pixel, in this case 50 pixel, and it converts it into rem, like so. Then also we define border radius, display flags, and so on. And then also based on the color scheme, yeah, we choose a color. If we have a dark scheme, of course, then we want to have a white color, so to speak. Yeah, we want to have a very light dark. If we have a white scheme, yeah, then we want to have a dark color, yeah, a darker color, so to speak. Next, down below this yellow closing bracket, let's also define active. And in here we define what shall happen when a link is active. And in here we define what shall happen when a link is active. Yeah. And if you wonder how the hell I came up with this thing, of course I have not done it by myself, but I simply found inspiration here on UI-Mantine.dev. And here you see, when going to navbars, we have a couple of options here. I chose this option here. And here you see the corresponding code, yeah, like so. And I simply copied it and adjusted it, yeah. That's all I've done in here. And now let's create our first component here, navbar link, like so. And this gets access to a couple of props, icon, label, active, and on click. And these props are of type navbar link props, which we have to create. So let's create an interface above, navbar link props. And then you see we have an icon property, a label, a boolean, and so on. And here a function as well. Now in our navbar link component, let's see what we can do here. First of all, we can get access to classes and CX from useStyles, like so. Then we can return some JSX. And all we want to return is a nice tooltip, which we have to import from... we already imported it, all right. And this tool tab needs to be closed like this. And in here, we will have an unstyled button, like so. And also we need to close this unstyled button. And in here, we will render an icon, like so. Also make sure that the tool tab has a label. So when hovering over it, you actually see something. Here you can choose the position of the label. Yeah, you can play with it. We can have an offset to change the position a bit. Then we have transition props. We simply set it to 0 here. And then the button has an on-click handler to which we pass on-click. And then for classes, we do cx and then classes link. Yeah? And then we say square brackets, class is active, and then colon active, like so. Yeah. Now we are done with our first component, which is navbar link. We will only make use of this component in this sidebar.tsx file, so we don't need to export it. Now let's create some data, and I simply named it mock data, yeah. And in here we have one icon, which is icon brand we chat, with a label of Chatrooms. Now let's work on our sidebar component. In here, first of all, we want to be able to toggle the ProfilSettingsModal. Yeah, so we need to access toggle ProfilSettingsModal, which is an action from our global store, and we have to use general store here. Let's also have active and set active, which is equal to useState, and initially it's 0, so the first link will be marked as active, and this will be this Chatrooms link, so to speak, yeah, because we only have one element here in this array for now. And I think we also need to install something else, so let's do it. Let's install Tabla icons React. npm I Tabla icons React. And now let's see whether the error is gone or not. And yay, the error is gone. Beautiful. Let's keep going. Now down below useState, let's create a variable links. And in links, what we are doing here is we map over mock data, and then we return a nav link, yeah, for each element in mock data, which looks like this. Yeah, we spread in the link properties, and then also we provide a key, which should be unique. And then we set the active property for the case that the index is equal to active. Yeah? And on click, we set active to index. Yeah? All right. So what this does is whenever we click on a specific link, index is equal to active. And because this is true, we will mark this link as active. Yeah? And initially, this is set to 0, and because we only have one element, this is already active. Yeah? But if you want to add further elements, feel free to do so. Then it is important, yeah, to have this active in place, so you know if the second or third element is selected and so on. Yeah? And now, down below, let's access our user ID and also our user from our user store, like so. Now let's do something that we have not done before. Let's make use of a mutation here. And here we use our logout user mutation. And by using this use mutation hook, we get access to a function, logout user, which we can run, yeah, to execute this mutation. And also we get access to loading an error, and we would also get access to data in here. Yeah? But in our case, we don't really need data because logout user doesn't return anything except that the user has been logged out successfully, so we don't really need this. But what we want to do is, for the case that this has been completed, then we want to toggle our login modal. Yeah? We want to show it so that the user can log in again. Now let's create another variable, const set user, and maybe let's put it down below user. And here we access our setUser action. And then let's create another function here. Handle logout, which is an async error function. In here we call logout user. And after the user has been logged out, we reset the user in our global store. Yeah, like so. And this here needs to be undefined, I think. Yep, like so. And here are a couple of things that are not correct. This must be full name. And this must be avatar URL. Yeah, I think so. Or am I wrong? Let's find it out. Let's go again to our user store. Avatar URL and full name. This is correct. Okay, but here I set it to 0. And the reason for this is we are using Mantine components. And for the case that the avatar URL is null, then it automatically renders a nice placeholder for this. Yeah, so this is for the case that it is null. So I use null here rather than an empty string. Okay. Avatar URL needs to be null. But why do we get an arrow here? I am not sure. And then also here, I think we have to reset the email. And we are good. Now let's write out some JSX. And for this, I don't want to explain too much because we can use a lot of things here from this website. Yeah, so maybe what we can do is we can grab all the JSX here and let's put it in here. First of all, let's do some adjustments here. Let's get rid of this Mantine logo and let's use icon brand messenger like so. In here, we want to render the links, which is correct, but we only want to render these links if we have a user ID, meaning for the case that we are logged in. Okay. Now, here in this navbar section here, in the last navbar section that we have here, let's get rid of these elements here and let's put these in. Yeah, here we have 3 other navbar links. And here we have 3 links that are stacked on top of each other. And we also need to create toggle login model. I totally forgot about this. So let's go up here and down below set user. Let's create toggle login model by using use general store. And then we are accessing the state in here and then state.toggle login model. That's what we return here. So we can use it by using this variable here, toggle login model. Let's save it. And as you can see, we have a beautiful looking sidebar here, yeah? And here we have our logo. And we don't see any other things here. And this is because we are currently not logged in. We can also change it by using the bang operator here. So we can see how it looks like. And now you see we have a profile here as well. And here's logout. Alright, cool. Now let's put in a bit more work because this is way too wide. Yeah. So let's do the following here. To this navbar, let's add a few things. Let's get rid of this height and width. And let's add position fixed, z index 100, w is equal to 100 pixel. And then also we have some padding medium, like so. And now you see this looks much better here. And I think what we also can do is we can use RAM here to make it more responsive. And we can pass in 100 pixel, like so. Alright, now you've built a nice sidebar. And I would say now let's work on the functionality for showing our auth overlay, which allows us to register and log in. So first of all, maybe let me get rid of this bang operator again. And one more thing though, you see here we do some conditional rendering. So for the case that we have a user ID, we know we are logged in, then we want to log out. Otherwise, we want to log in. Yeah, that's all what's happening here. And now we see log in here, yeah, as tooltip, because we are using our navbar link, and our navbar link is rendered in a tooltip here. Yeah, beautiful component, awesome. Now let's close the sidebar. Let's also close all these other things here. So now let's make sure once we click login that we actually see something. Yeah. So for this to work, let's create another component of overlay.tsx, and in here let's have some boilerplate like so. Now let's head over to our home.tsx and let's import auth overlay and use it like so. Here you see it, auth overlay. And now let's go to our auth overlay component again. Use login modal. Yeah. So first of all, let's access two things here from our general store is login modal open and toggle login modal, which we store into variables is login modal open and toggle login modal. Now let's head to our JSX and do the following here. Let's make use of a modal component from Mantine core. And in here, we can specify opened. And we pass in our boolean here is login modal open. And then on close, we want to run our action here, toggle login modal. Then let's also make the modal centered. And in here, let's render the text of auth overlay for now. And of course we have to import, use general store like so. And now let's try it out. Let's hit login button. And you see we are able to toggle it. Yeah, you can see when going to our application tab and then local storage and then general store, you can also see that we are able to toggle it. Yeah, so now this is false and now it is true, like so. Yeah, beautiful. And currently we don't see this text here, and the reason for this might be that it's somewhere hidden here. But what I wanted to show you is that the state mutation works perfectly. So we correctly configured our Zustand stores, yeah? And now I would say let's keep going and build out our model here, yeah? So we can actually show a login or a register component. So next, let's create a register component, which is an arrow function like so. And in here we make use of a hook, which is use form, which we have to import from, we should be able to have access to this use form hook, yeah, which comes from Mantine form, like so. And in here we can provide initial values. We will have a full name, email, password, and confirm password, which are initially empty strings, like so. Then let me close this correctly. And then below this initial values property, we can have a validate property. In here, we can do a couple of things. We can have, and then we can validate this value against some rules. For example, we can make sure that the value is larger than 3 characters. Yeah, and if this is the case, we return null, meaning we will return no errors. Otherwise, we return an error here. Yeah, username must be at least 3 characters. And so we can do with the other properties. For example, email, we can check whether the value, which is a string, yeah, includes an @ sign, for example. If it doesn't include an @ sign, we show invalid email as string, otherwise null. Yeah, and so on. It's not very difficult, but it's very nice to implement here. And yeah, maybe one more thing. Also here you see we have confirm password, and here we check whether the value, which is confirm password here, matches values.password, which is this value here. Yeah? So we can also access other values in here, yeah, so to speak. All right, now let's do a few more things in here. Let's create set user, and set is login open by using our use general store again. Next, let's create set user by using our use user store, which we still have to import. And then also let's create set is login open by using our use general store. Next, let's create some local state errors and set errors. And this is of type GraphQL error extensions, which we have to import from GraphQL. Next, let's create our register user mutation by using use mutation from Apollo client. Let's import our type register user mutation, yeah, from GQL GraphQL, and also our register user mutation. How did we name it? Register user, yeah, like so. And here you see that by using this type here that was auto-generated for us by using GraphQL CodeGen, we can properly type everything. Yeah. So here we see that we have a register user mutation, and we also know that the data that is returned by this mutation, yeah, is of type register user mutation. So everything is properly typed here. Now, this must be closed, so we don't need to provide any variables. Then, down below this, let's create a function, handle register, which is an async function. In here, firstly, we set errors to an empty object. And then we call register user, which is this function here. We pass in these variables. Yeah. And this must be full name. Let me close it correctly. Then after this closing curly bracket here, after variables, let's have an onCompleted callback. Here again, on completed, we set errors to an empty object. And then for the case that we got back a user from our register mutation, we simply set the user in our global state. Yeah? And here we simply set ID, email, and full name, because this is what we get back from our register mutation here. Yeah? And at the moment, we don't have an avatar URL and so on, because initially it's undefined. Yeah. So this is the reason why we simply return these three properties. And last but not least, we run setIsLogin open, and this will toggle our login model, so to speak, or our auth overlay, I should say. So it will be hidden again. Yeah. Because on completed, we are logged in. There's no need to keep showing this auth overlay. And then let's also have a catch block. Yeah, I think we could also do on error or something like this. Yeah, we could use a callback, or we can use this catch block here because this is async. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Here we can also use then, I think. Yeah, then. But yeah, let's do it like this. And then what we are doing here, for the case that we have an error, we use set errors. So in here we will have our nicely formatted errors, and how they will look you will see in a bit. And here I set is login model open to true, because for the case that we have an error, we want to make sure that we show our auth overlay as well. Yeah, so the user can keep trying to log in. Now it's time to write out some JSX here. So let's say return parentheses. In here, let's make use of the paper component. Then let's have a text component in here with the text of register. Let's import text like so. Let's see if we see something. We still do not see anything, which is totally fine, because we actually need to render our register component here in our auth overlay. Let's do that. And why do we get an error here? And we still are not seeing anything here. I'm not really sure why that is. Let's keep going. Maybe it's somewhere hidden. Yeah. So now after this text here, let's have a form. This form has onSubmit. Yeah, where we call form.onSubmit, and then in onSubmit we run an arrow function, and in this arrow function we execute handle register, which is this thing here. Yeah. All right. Now in our form, let's make use of the grid component, which we have to import from Mantine core. Let's give it some style of margin top 20, but we can also write it like this, empty, and then we can simply say 20 like so. I still haven't imported it correctly. Okay. And then in this grid component, we always need to have a call, which we also have to import from Mantine core. And here we say span 12, and then also MD6. And this means if the device is at least medium in width, then we want to render 2 elements in a row. Yeah? This is what this means. Otherwise, we only render 1 element, and you will see this soon. Yeah? So don't worry. Now in here, let's make sure that we close this call. And let's have our first input in here, which is a text input. We have to import it from Mantine core. This has a label of username, a placeholder of choose a username, and then we need to make sure that we spread in form.getInputProps and then username. And then also we can provide error here. And this is super handy because we don't need to write any JSX or so, yeah. And here we have either errors, yeah, which come from here, or we will have errors which can basically be an error from our backend, yeah. Okay. And now let's try it out. Do we see actually something? we are still not seeing anything here, huh? Strange. Why is it? Alright, we have some errors here. And I'm not really sure why we have some errors here. What's going on here? Alright, we still do not see anything here. That's a bit strange. Alright, so I've just checked whether we render something here. And what I found is that we are actually rendering our input and so on here. Yeah? It's definitely there, but somehow we do not see it. Yeah? So what I would suggest is let's go to our index.css. And here we have a bunch of code. Let's get rid of it. And now you see we are actually seeing something. And it looks pretty beautiful, I would say. Yeah. So nice. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's have another call down below this. And this is for our email. And here we simply have form errors email and then errors email, yeah? Like so. So we have our email input. And now you see we have only one element in a row. Now let's make it large. And you see we have two elements, yeah? Because we are now at least at medium width. Yeah, we're even higher than that. So we will have two elements, yeah? Because one row is always 12 units, so to speak. And now let's have another call down below. And this call is for our confirm password, but this is not correct. Above it, let's have one for our password as well, yeah? So we have all the inputs in here now. Now let's have another call down below this confirm password call. And this simply renders a button. And here we simply make use of span 12 because we don't want to render any other element. And then here we need to create toggle form. So this is basically for showing either the login component or register component, yeah? And now below this grid here, let's have a group. The group has a position of left and margin top, which we can also write like this, yeah? Let's import group, like so. In there we render a button with a variant of outline, color blue, type submit, and it is disabled once loading is true, which totally makes sense. And then also we have a cancel button here, which currently does nothing. So we need to work on this as well. And all right, so I would say let's create this toggle form now. And toggle form is a simple function which makes use of set is register, and we pass in the opposite value of what is register is currently. And of course we need to create this local state is register and set is register, and initially it's set to false. So we initially show our register component, yeah? And there it is, beautiful, right? Now, just to see if this toggling function is working, what we can do is we can create another component, which is our login component, like so. Let's render a div in here or a fragment with the text of login, like so. And of course, we need to use return here. Let's grab this login component and let's render it in here as well. Oh my god, what am I doing here? Like so. We see it in here now, which is correct. But now we need to do some conditional rendering. Yeah, so we can use isRegister, and if it's true, then we want to show the register component, otherwise the login component. And now I have an arrow here, and that is because we have to do the following. We have to grab this isRegister and setIsRegister and put it in the correct component, yeah? So this should not be in the register component. So let's grab it and let's put it in our AuthOverlay component. Yeah, that's the right place to be in. And you know what? Maybe we can change the code a bit. What we can do is, we have this AuthOverlay here, right? So let's make this AuthOverlay wrap everything in here. Like so, even the login component. And here we need to grab this return block here and put it below everything, like so. And now I just deleted isRegister here, so let's recreate it. Let's have const setIsRegister. Const is register and setIsRegister. Initially it's set to false. And now we see login here. Let's turn it into true and we see our register, yeah? And we are actually... And now let's grab this setIsRegister. Let's go to our button here. Where is it? Here, this button. And now let's go to our... Now let's grab this setIsRegister. Let's go to this button here with the text of already registered. And on click, let's actually run toggle form, which is correct. And toggle form should execute setIsRegister, which is correct. So this should work, I think, huh? But it's not working. Why is that? Okay, we have an arrow here. Why is that? Let me check it out. Ah, okay. I think I know why I have this error. So let's grab this toggle form and also isRegister, and we need to make sure we put it in the AuthOverlay, yeah, like so. And I already have it in here somewhere. So let's get rid of it. And now let's try it out. If this works now. setIsRegister, let's set it to true again, initially. So here we have our register component. And we are actually able to toggle it, yeah? So now we see our login component. Beautiful. And you also see we are rendering our homepage here, which is correct. And everything works as expected, but currently we have this warning here. And this makes sense, yeah? So we can easily fix it by going to our username input. Let's change this to full name. choose a full name. And here, as input props, we need to use full name. Yeah, this is important because we also named it full name here. Yeah. And now this warning should be gone. Yeah, beautiful. Next, let's implement our login component. And this login component is very similar. But rather than using our register mutation, we are using our login mutation. Let's import it. Login user from GraphQL mutations login. Let's import the login user mutation type. And then also let's import our user store. And then let's access setUser for setting our user in our global store. Let's make sure that we can toggle our auth overlay via toggle login modal action. Let's also have some local state errors and set errors, which are of type GraphQL error extensions. Let's have another local state, invalid credentials, and set invalid credentials, which is initially an empty string. Down below this, let's make use of use form again. And here we only have an email and password. Then also we have some validation logic in place where we validate against some rules. Yeah, which we have done previously as well in the register component. So this is very similar. Now let's create a function, handle login, like so. Handle login. And this is also very similar. We call our login user mutation. We pass in the variables email and password. Let's close this correctly. Then we have an onCompleted callback where we set errors to an empty object. Then if we have a user, we take that user and we put it into our global state. And then we close the auth overlay, yeah, which makes sense because now we are correctly logged in. Yeah? And for the case that there was an error, let's have a catch block. And in here, we set our errors to error, GraphQL errors, 0 extensions. And then for the case that we have invalid credentials in extensions, then we want to set invalid credentials. Yeah? And then also, again, we will show our auth overlay again because the user still needs to log in. All right. And now we will have some JSX, which is very similar to our register component. So I just paste it in. And this needs to be handle login. Yeah, so it's very similar. Here we have an error. Why is that? Of course, we don't need this here. Yeah, we have to close it correctly. All right, so yeah, this is very similar to our register component, but we only have an email and password input. And yeah, we just need to change a few things. No, we don't need to change anything. Everything is correctly set up. Yeah. So you would need to make sure that you have a text which is login. And then you also must delete a few inputs. Yeah, you must delete 2 input fields when copying all the stuff from your register component. And just for the case you are wondering how I came up with this code, I simply took the JSX from the register component. I got rid of the confirm password and full name text input field. And then also I changed the text to login. And also the initial values here, yeah. So I only have email and password here. And yeah, that's basically it. Then here it is important to also set the avatar URL. And why is that? Because a logged in user can already have uploaded his avatar. So we need to make sure that we put the avatar URL in the global state, yeah. Whereas in the register component, whenever a new user registers, he has no avatar, yeah. So we don't need to do that here, yeah. That's the reason. And with that, we are done with that. So we have our two components. And actually, we should be able to register. And I would say, let's try it out, yeah? So let's have John Doe here. Let's have email, john@gmail.com. And yeah, let's try it out. First of all, let's hit register. And here we get password do not match, yeah? Which comes from our use form hook. Yeah? So let's provide a password. All right, it still does not match. Now it matches. Let's see what we get here. And now we're actually not getting back a nice error response. Why is that? Yeah, we should get back a nice error response. And the reason for this is I forgot something on the backend. We need to implement a filter. So let's do this. And the filter will make sure that we send back the nicely formatted errors. Yeah, because on our backend, in our main.ts, we have this exception factory, yeah, which creates nicely formatted errors for us. But in order to send them to our front end, we need to create a filter. So yeah, let's do that. In our source directory, let's create a folder, filters. And in here, let's create a file, custom -exception filter.ts. And in here, we need to import a couple of things. Let's import Apollo error. Let's import argument host. Argument host. Let's import catch. Let's import bad request exception. And let's import GQL exception filter from NestJS common. And here, of course, I need to put a comma, like so. And make sure to import Apollo error from Apollo Server Express. All right, now, one important thing. We need to make use of the catch decorator, and we pass in bad request exception. Yeah. And we need to pass in bad request exception here because in main.ts, we are making use of bad request exception, yeah? Then let's export class GraphQL error filter. And this GraphQL error filter implements GQL exception filter, yeah? And here I made a mistake. GQL exception filter needs to be imported from NestJS GraphQL. And now we get an error here because this is an interface. And this will make sure that we have a catch method, yeah, that we have to create in here. And this catch method looks like this. It gets access to the exception, which is a bad request exception in our case. And also it gets access to the host, but we don't need to do anything with this host, so let's get rid of it. Then we can extract the response from exception.getResponse. And then for the case that the response is an object, we can throw a new Apollo error, and then we say validation error, and we pass in the response. Otherwise, we just say bad request, like so, yeah? And now let's grab this GraphQL error filter. Let's head over to our auth resolver, and let's put it above resolver. So we say add, use filters, and we pass in our GraphQL error filter, which we have to import. And also we have to import use filters. Why? I made a mistake here. Use filters, let's import it from NestJS common. Let's see if we have any errors in our backend. We seem to be fine, beautiful. Now we can go back to our front end. Let's reload the page and let's try it out again. Yeah, so we say John Doe. Email is john@gmail.com. Password 123, 123. Alright, maybe this is not 123. Alright, and now it's working. You see, password must be at least 8 characters, and this is coming from our backend. Yeah, and I can prove it to you. So here on our backend, we have this DTO here in our AuthModule. And here you see we have this decorator min length, which throws this error message. Yeah? And this is what we receive on our front end. Yeah? So this is working nicely. And you also see it here. Yeah? We have errors, then we have extensions, and then we have a nicely formatted error here, yeah? Which looks like this. Now I grab this email here, I paste it in, so I have at least 8 characters. I do the same for confirm password. And let's try it out. All right. Now we get another error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading cookie. Interesting. So why is that? Let's check it out. In our auth service, line 78. All right, response cookie. We are accessing the response. So where do I get this response thing from? Okay. We are in issue tokens here. We have the response. And this response is from Express, which is correct. Okay. And it complains about... So it says this is undefined. Interesting. Okay. So let's check out where we use issue tokens. We pass in user and response. Yeah, which is correct. Let's go to our auth resolver. Register. And I think I know where I get this error. So I forgot some configuration that we need to do. All right, so let's go to our app.module. Yeah, and here we have our use factory. And in this return block, we have to do something like this. Yeah, we need maybe underneath on connect. We need to have a property context, and this context is an arrow function which has access to request, response, and connection. And then here we have a condition. So for the case that we are using WebSockets, we return this. Otherwise, we return this. Yeah. And actually, I think we do not even need this here. But I'm not really sure. I leave it like this for now. And with that, we should be fine. Let's check it out if we have any errors. Yeah, we are fine here. Now let's try it out again. Let's go to our app in the browser. And let's try it out again. Alright, now we get email already in use. So this is because the user might have been created. So let's change this to john1@gmail.com. And what you see now is that we are logged in, yeah? You see, we see a logout here, which is totally fine. And also here we see profile, and then we see our actual username here, John Doe, yeah? Or our full name, I should say. Yeah? So this works as expected. And we are fine. These are errors that we had previously, so don't worry about this. Now let's try to log out, which also works because our user is resetted. Beautiful. Let's try to log in. So I have john@gmail.com. Let's say john1 was it all. And also the password was the same as the email. Let's log in. And yay, we are logged in again. Beautiful, right? And now you see currently we don't have an avatar URL. So I would say let's work on the functionality for updating our profile so we can display a nice avatar. So let's do that next. Thank you so much for watching, and let's power through this. Let's go. Alright, now let's make sure that we are able to show a nice profile settings modal, which allows us to update the full name as well as the avatar of the logged in user. Yeah? So let's work on this now. First of all, let's create a new component and we name it profile settings.tsx rfce, like so. And let me show the browser here so we actually see something. Now, first of all, let's make use of our general store. Let's import it. And here we access our isProfilSettingsModal open boolean. Let's also access the corresponding action for toggling our profile settings modal. Let's get the profile image from our global state by accessing state.avatarURL. Let's get the corresponding action for updating our profile image by accessing state.updateProfileImage. Let's make sure that we import our user store like so. Let's also access the username by returning state.fullname here in this function. And let's also get the corresponding action for it. Update username. Now I think we can make use of the useForm hook again. Let's import it from Mantine form. And in here we will just have one initial value. So here we need to say initial values, colon, curly brackets, and we will have username here. And in here, let's say initial values, colon, curly brackets, and we will have username and profile image here. Here I need to get rid of a bracket. And here we make sure initially that we set them to username and profile image, which come from our global state, meaning they will be pre-populated, yeah, which makes sense. Now let's create a variable down below. Or wait, actually here in our use form hook, we also need validate or what? And here we simply say we must at least have 3 characters in our input in order for it to be a valid username, like so. And for the profile image, we actually don't want to do any validation, yeah? So we don't need to provide a profile image, that's totally fine. And now let's see why I'm getting this error here. I don't get it. Initial values, why is this wrong? And here, of course, initial, there's one I missing, like so. Now let's create another local state. Let's say image file and set image file. Use state, and here we provide as type file or null, and we pass in null here. That's the initial value. Let's import use state. And of course, this must be image. Oh my god, I can't write. Image. Now let's create another variable, const image preview, which is equal to image file question mark, then URL, create object URL, and we pass in our image file. Otherwise we say null, yeah? And by this we will be able to display the image here in the browser before uploading it to our backend. Yeah, this is the purpose of this here. And URL, create object URL, is basically a standard browser API, yeah, that we don't need to import. Now let's also create a ref, yeah, file input ref, by using React use ref, and then it is of type HTML button element. And why we will have this ref, you will see in a bit. Now let's make use of use mutation again. So let us import use mutation here. Let's import update profile. And here we have our update profile mutation that we can use. Here I need to adjust a few things. Form.values.username, and file will be image file. Yeah, so we are actually sending the file to the backend as binary, so to speak. And then we have our chat room here, and then chat room ID we don't need. And all right, here we get an error, so let's grab this whole thing and put it down below this form variable, like so. And then when the mutation has been completed, then we want to update our profile image and username in our global Zustand store, right? This makes totally sense. And now we can code out the JSX, yeah? So let's do that. Let's have a model here, which we have to import from Mantine core, like so. Let's pass a few props to model. Let's say opened is equal to is ProfilSettingsModal open. On close, we use toggle ProfilSettingsModal from our Zustand store, and as title profile settings. Yeah. And now let's try it out. All right. This does not work yet. So let's go to our application and local storage. Let's check out the general store. And this works correctly. So we are able to toggle it, but we don't see anything. And the reason for this is, of course, we need to grab our auth overlay and we need to head over to home.tsx. Yeah. And in here, we need to put it. Yeah, so maybe below this auth overlay, let's have our profile settings, like so. And now we are able to toggle it, yeah? Looking already very beautiful. All right, let's put something in this modal now. First of all, let's have a div, or maybe we don't even need this one. Yeah, let's find it out. Let's have something like a group here with position relative, W100, H100, style cursor pointer, and on click we want to click on the file input. And this will allow us to choose a file, yeah? And you will see how this works in a bit. And we need to use click here because we actually hide the file input. And why we do this, you will see in a bit. So bear with me. Now in here, let's have a form. On submit, we call form on submit. And we pass in our update profile here, which we execute, yeah, in here. All right, let's close this form. In here, in this form, let's display our avatar, which we have to import. And this avatar displays either the image preview or the profile image or nothing, yeah. And here we say null. And the reason for this is, in case there's nothing, then we want to render a nice placeholder, yeah? A nice placeholder image, and this comes with the avatar component, which is beautifully done. Now down below, let's have an icon edit circle. Let's import it from tabular icons React. Let's give it a color of black, a size of 30, and as style, let's say position absolute. This is important. Then top 50, right -10, background white, border 1 pixel solid black, padding 5, border radius 100. And let's see how this looks. And you see it's already looking great. And you see we have a cursor pointer here. Maybe we can even make this a bit smaller here, 20. Yeah, something like this. And now let's create the actual file input here down below. And here we need to specify a ref, which is our file input ref. And since we have this on-click handler here on our group, when clicking there, we will actually click on this thing here. But this thing has display of none, so we can't see it. It's hidden. And it has also position absolute. And we allow any type of images. As placeholder, we have upload new image. And then here on change, we run a function. And let's say set image file. And we pass in the file. Now here we need to make sure that we are importing the file input from Mantine core. And beautiful. And now let's try it out. And it works perfectly. Let's choose something. And yay, we get a nice image preview. Yeah, beautiful. Now down below this file input ref, let's have a text input. Looking like this. Let's make sure to import text input from Mantine core. Here we have to say as value form values.username. Or wait, no, we have to do it differently. Here we have to say ... form.getInputProps, and here we say not username, let's say full name. Yeah, we named it full name everywhere. And here, where do we have our hook? Here of course, full name, yeah. Full name, full name, full name, full name, like so. Why we get an error here? Of course, this must be full name as well. Beautiful. All right, and here on change, we can actually say form.setFieldValue, full name, and then we pass in the actual value here, yeah? By saying event.currentTarget and then value. Like so. And now you see this doesn't look right. And the reason for this is, let's grab this group and let's make sure that this is closed after file input here, yeah? So this is how this needs to be done correctly. So maybe let's grab this group thing and put it here below this form tag. And now this looks much better, yeah? Beautiful. Now underneath this text input, let's put flex, yeah? And this flex component has a gap of MD and margin top of small. Then in it we have two buttons, which we have to import as well from Mantine core. And one button has the text of save, and the other one has the text of cancel, and it closes the ProfilSettingsModal, like so, yeah? Now, we need to create one more function here, which is this handle save, which we currently do not have. So let's implement this function now. Const handle save. Let's make it async. And in here we call our mutation, which is update profile, await update profile, like so. And then we can say .then. And then here in this then block, let's make sure that we toggle the ProfilSettingsModal, like so, yeah? Now let's try it out. John Doe 69. Let's choose an image. Let's hit save. All right, nothing happens. Let's see what we get here in our Chrome DevTools. Let's hit again, save. All right. Yeah, we get an error. We must provide chatroom ID. Interesting. So let's fix this error. Let's go to our update user profile. And here I actually don't need this chatroom ID. Yeah? So let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it here as well. And since we are running our code gen here, yeah, with the watch flag, where is it here? Yeah, everything will be updated correctly. Now let's try it out here again. Let's see what happens. Update profile, let's try it out again. Interesting, interesting. All right, we are actually getting some errors here. Maybe let's refresh and let's try it out again. John Doe 69. Let's choose Laravel. Let's hit save. Okay, and we get some errors actually. And I think I might know the reason for this. So on our backend, we still need to put in some work, yeah, but very little only. All right, and the reason why this is not working is we need to make sure that we are able to serve static files, yeah, from our backend. And for this, we have to go to app.module. And here we need to import something. So let's go to the imports array here of app module. And here we have to use this serve static module for root. And then here we specify a path. So here we say we want to have the following path. We want to have a public folder here, and we want to have it, I think it must be in source. Yeah, so let's say public. No, I think it must be actually outside of source. Yeah, so in the root, like so. And then also let's create an images subdirectory, because here, where was it? In our .env, we have this images here. Yeah, you might be remembering this. So let's make sure that the public folder has images. And now we have to import this here. And we might need to install this. So import serve static module from NestJS serve static. So grab this and let's install this. npm I. And the reason why we got this error here, I think, was because we haven't created the folders. Yeah, we had no logic in place for automatically creating these folders, so we have to do it manually. And now we should be able to upload the images. And since we are using our serve static module here, we are also able to serve them. Yeah, meaning we can display them on the front end. Yeah. And now let's try it out again. Let's go to our browser. Let's hit save. And it actually worked. Yeah, we get back our updated user, JohnDoe69, and also the avatar URL. Now let's click on the profile again. You see JohnDoe69, perfectly updated. And here is the avatar and JohnDoe69. Also here everything is persisted in our local storage. Okay, and sorry, we forgot something. Yeah, we forgot to check whether the validation is working, and currently it is not working. Yeah, so we can leave this empty and hit save, and it works. Yeah, so this is really bad because we want to have a username. Yeah. So let's work on this. So first of all, here our text input for the username, or for the full name here, it needs to have an error property. Error. And here we say this is equal to form.errors.fullname, like so. Next, we need to go to our form tag here, and here we need to call handle save, of course, like so, because handle save not only runs update profile, but also then, for the case that it was successful, it runs toggle profile settings modal. And now we need to do the following here. Here we can use if form.validate, which is a function, and then we can say has errors. And if this is the case, then we don't want to update the profile. Now let's check it out. Yay, it's working, right? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. JohnDoe69 buddy. Save. And it's perfectly working now. All right. Now, one more thing though. You see, when uploading a new profile image, that we keep adding new images, yeah, into our directory here, which is bad. Yeah, we don't want to keep the old ones. So let's implement a bit more logic for this to delete the old images. Yeah, and also I noticed that there's a little issue here. So we have public and then images, but we are actually not storing the images in this image directory. So let's fix this. For that, let's go to, where do we need to go? So for this, let's head over to our user resolver. And here we have store image and get URL. And here in this join function, we actually need to add another string after public, which is images, like so. And now we should be able to put the uploaded images into this image directory. Let's check it. And there we go. Nice. Now let's go to our user service here again and then update profile. Now let's refactor our update profile method a bit. Here, for the case that we have an avatar URL, we want to do a bunch of things. So first of all, let's import a few things here. We need to import fs from fs, and we need to import join from pass, I think. I'm not sure if I have imported them correctly here. We will see in a bit. And here we say, rather than doing an early return, we say const and then updated user, like so, is equal. Now in this if block here, we can return the updated user. And now before we update the user, let's get the old user, so to speak, by using find unique on the user model, and we pass in our user ID. Alright, then down below updated user, let's say if user, old user dot avatar URL. Then we want to do a bunch of things. First of all, we want to get the image name. And we have to do it via oldUser.avatar URL, then split. So we split it. This creates an array. And then we want to get the last element of the array, which is our file name. Yeah. So we use pop here, which returns the last element of this array and stores it in here. Yeah. All right. Now we have to construct the file path, because here we have the file name. And so here, oh my god, what is this here? This might not be correct, how I have imported these things. Let me check how I correctly import them. And now I think we have to import fs like this, import star as fs. Let's try this out. And now here we can get rid of this first join. Alright, so what are we doing here? First of all, we are basically in this user directory here. So we need to get out of this user, and then we need to get out of src. And then we are able to get into public, like so. And then also we need to go into images, like so. Alright, next we can check whether the file exists via fs exists sync, and we pass in our image path. And of course we have to do it in this if block. And then if the file exists, we should be able to delete it, yeah, via fs unlink sync, and we pass in our image path. Let's try it out. So now we should be able to update our profile without adding further images, yeah? Meaning we will always delete the old one. So let's try it out. Let's choose an image, hit save. And you see the old one was basically replaced, yeah, with a new one. So this works, and we are done with our profile settings feature, so to speak. Yeah, we are able to update our user profile. Next, let's build out the chat room list, and this list will be able to show all the created chat rooms that a user is part of. If a user is not part of a specific chat room, he will not see it in his list, so to speak. Yeah, and also in this list we will be able to delete a specific room, and then also we can join a chat room to communicate with other people. Yeah, so let's work on this next. Let's go. Alright, now that we are done with our profile update functionality, let's build out our room list feature. And before we do that, please make sure that in your user resolver you have also added this images string to the image URL. Yeah, this is important here. Otherwise, you will not be able to serve this image here. Yeah? Then you would see a placeholder here. So this is very important because we store our images here in this images subfolder, so to speak. Yeah, and we don't need to specify this public folder. We don't need to do that because in our, where was it? In our app module, here we have this serve static module. And here you see we serve basically all the files that are in public under /. And yeah, so make sure to add this here and then you should be good to go. And now I would say we start building out a new module which we will name Chatroom, and this Chatroom module will house all the functionality for our chat room list. Yeah, it will allow us to display chat rooms, to create chat rooms, to delete chat rooms, and so on. Yeah, so let's get started with this now. And with that, I would say let's start building out our chat room module. So let's say nestg module chat room. Let's also create a chat room service and also a corresponding resolver. Now let's close all these tabs here and let's jump to our chat room module and let's go to the chat room service here. So in here we make use of dependency injection because we need to use a couple of services. We don't need this user service actually, so let's get rid of it. But we need Prisma service, let's import it. And we need the config service, like so. Then, first of all, let's start with a simple method here. Async get chat room. It takes in the ID and it is of type string. Yeah, maybe we could have done this differently, but maybe we leave it like this. Yeah, so we use find unique because the ID is a primary key which is unique by default. Now let's create a chat room. Yeah, and it takes a name which is a string and a sub which is a number. And the sub is basically the user ID, so to speak. First of all, let's check whether there is already a chat room with the name, yeah, coming from the front end. And if this is the case, we don't want to have chat rooms with the same name. We throw a bad request exception here, yeah, with the text of chat room already exists, like so. And then for the case that we don't have an existing chat room, we simply can create one. Yeah, and here it is important that by default, whenever a logged in user creates a chat room, he will be already part of it. Yeah, so here we establish a relationship by using this users and then here specifying connect, and then here we put in the ID. Yeah, So this chat room will already have one member, which is basically the creator of the chat room, yeah, by default. Now, after that, let's have another method. Add users to chat room, which takes a chat room ID of type number and user IDs of type number array, yeah. And what's happening here? So we already have one member here, yeah, when creating the chat room initially, so to speak. So what's going on here? First of all, when a user creates a chat room, it has only one member, which is the creator, and then the user can add further members, yeah. What we do here again is, first of all, we check if there is an existing room by using find_unique, and we pass in the chat room ID, yeah. Then, for the case that there's no existing chat room, we throw a bad request exception, yeah, because we need a chat room in order to add members to it. If we pass this block of code, we know we have a chat room, and we can update our chat room. And we do this by using the update method on the chatroomModule. We update a specific chat room using the chat room ID. And then here we provide the data. And then we are using connect here to establish the relationship. And we provide the user IDs, yeah. So for each user, we will have an object which looks like this, yeah, with the ID property, and then the actual value of the ID. And then we want to get back the updated chat room, which includes all the users, yeah. So this is what we want to return. So we want to load all the users, and actually, yeah, we can do it a little bit more elegant. Let's get rid of this variable and let's say return here, yeah. So this should work out. Next, we have another method. All right, so what are we doing here? Here we want to get all the chat rooms that the logged in user is part of, yeah. So here we have to use users, then sum, and we have to provide the user ID. So this means whenever there's a chat room that this user has been added to, it will appear in his chat room list, so to speak. And then we include the users because we want to have all the members of each chat room, and we order them by created at descending. And then also we take the messages, and here we only take one message, and we take the latest message. And this is what we want to display for each chat room in the list, yeah, the latest message. And you will see how this works in a bit. Now let's implement a few more methods. Another method will be sendMessage, yeah, which will take a chat room ID of type number, a message of type string, a user ID of number, an image path of string, an image path of type string, and in the function body we will do the following. Alright, and what are we doing here? We are creating a new message, and each message can have content, image URL, and it needs to have a chat room ID and a user ID, yeah. And here we can simplify this a bit like so. And then we want to include the chat room, and then the chat room should include all its members, yeah, like so. And then also we want to have the user of the message, and this is basically the creator of the message, yeah, the sender of the message, yeah. And what we can do is, here again, we can just say return, yeah. Now we need to create another method because we want to have functionality in place which allows us to send an image with a message, yeah. So we need to have a SaveImage method which takes an image which has a type of create read stream, which is a function. And then also it has a file name property, which is of type string, and a MIME type, which is of type string as well. And now in the function body, we will first of all check if we have a valid image. Yeah. So an image can either be JPEG, PNG, or GIF, for example. And here we basically check whether one of these is contained in image.mime type. Yeah. And if this is not the case, then we know it's not a valid image and we throw a bad request exception. Otherwise, we have a valid image, so we can construct the image name and we can make it unique, so to speak, by using date null and then the image file name. Yeah. And then the file name of the image. Then we can construct an image path, yeah, for our file system. Here we are using the config service to get the image path, which is basically just images, yeah, because we store all our images in here, which is fine. We could also make another folder here and so on, but I leave it like this, yeah, for simplicity. Then let's create a read stream, yeah, using image.createReadStream. Let's define an output path. Yeah, so it will be public and an image path, which is basically images and then the image name. Yeah. Then let's create a write stream using createWriteStream, which we have to import from fs. And we put in our output path. And then we simply can say stream pipe, and then we pass in our write stream. Then for robust error handling, we can add this. And what this does is, once this has finished, yeah, we resolve this, so everything will be fine. Otherwise, we can catch an error here. Yeah, so we will get an error here if this fails here, yeah, as an example. So here on this function we could use then and catch, yeah, to handle this here. And now let's say return image path. Yeah. Then each chat room can have multiple messages, of course. So here let's create another method. Get messages for chat room. It takes in a chat room ID. And here we return the following. This Prisma message find many. Yeah. So, and here where for a specific chat room ID. So we want to get all the messages for a specific chat room. And then each message should have a chat room, and the chat room should have all its members, and they should be sorted by created at ascending. Yeah? And then also each message should have the user, which is the sender of the message. Yeah? And the reason why we have this user here, which is the sender, is it helps us on the front end to style messages differently, depending on whether they were sent or received. Yeah. But more details to that later when we implement the front end, then you will fully understand it. Yeah. And last but not least, let's also have another method, delete chat room, which looks like this. It takes in a chat room ID of type number, and then we simply delete a chat room with a specific ID here. Next. Alright, now we are done with our chat room service. Let's close it. Now in our chat room module, let's create a new file, dto.ts. In here we will import input type and field from NestJS GraphQL, and then a few validators. Yeah, we will have is not empty, and we will have is string and is array, and min length we don't need. And then here let's create our input type. Yeah, create chatroom DTO. So what we need is we need a name. Yeah, so a chatroom needs to have a name, and yeah, this is required. And then also it needs to have an array of user IDs. Yeah. Okay. So we are done with our DTO. Let's close it. Let's create another file. Chatroom type, or maybe chatroom types.ts. And in here, let's import a couple of things. Let's import field object type and ID from NestJS GraphQL. Let's import our user. And this should be it. Now, let's create the first object type, which is our chatroom. It has an ID of type string, and then also name, created add, updated add, and so on, and users array of type user array, and then also messages of type message array. And all these fields can be nullable. And I'm not really sure why I'm using string here, but since we are using transform here in our main.ts, I think. Yeah, here, this string will actually get converted, yeah, to an ID. Yeah, so yeah, maybe leave it like this now. I don't know if I run into errors when turning this into a number. So maybe leave it like this, and we should be fine. Next, let's create another object type, which is our message. And our message looks like this here. Yeah. And all these fields are nullable, so they don't need to be returned to the front end. And yeah, a message can have a chat room. And yeah, a message must have a chat room. Yeah, so messages belong to a chat room, and a message must have a user, yeah, which is the sender of the message. Then also we will have two other object types, user typing and user stop typing. Yeah, this is for real-time functionality for our typing indicator. And here we simply have a user, yeah, which is of type user, and a chat room ID. And then we have user stop typing, which is basically the same as user typing. Yeah, it has the same shape. Yeah, we could also just use one type, but because of the naming here, I named it user typing. Yeah, we need user stop typing as well. Yeah, okay. Now let's go to our chat room resolver. In here, let's make use of dependency injection. We will have two dependencies here, chat room service and user service. Let's import them. Okay, now let's create our first mutation. We are using filters for proper error feedback. We are using guards because only authenticated users should be able to create chat rooms. And we have to use mutation here. And then we have to return a chat room, like so. Yeah. Then our create chat room mutation just takes in one arg, which is name, and which is of type string. Then also we need to import args from NestJS GraphQL. And then also we want to access the context, yeah, also from NestJS GraphQL. And now let's work on the function body. And here we do simply this. Return this chat room service, create chat room, and then here we pass in the chat room name and the ID of the logged in user. And here again, we need to make sure that we are using the right request. So here it must come from Express. And the error is gone. Beautiful. Next, let's create another mutation for adding users to a chat room. And here this returns a chat room. And then this add users to chat room mutation takes two args, the chat room ID of type number, and then also the user IDs, which is an array of numbers. And yeah, whenever we have arrays or something like this, yeah, then I think you need to write it like this. Yeah, otherwise you get problems. So I think I have run into issues where I didn't specify it like this, and then I got problems. So if you like, you can test it out, yeah, if you really need this. And then, oops, let's work on the function body here. Here we simply say this chatroom service, add users to chatroom, pass in the chatroom ID and the array of user IDs. Then we have a query, get chatrooms for user, which returns an array of chatrooms. And here we have as args just the user ID, which is of type number. And then we use the get chatrooms for user method in the chatroom service to get all the chatrooms for a specific user. And sorry, we need to import query from NestJS GraphQL and also use filters from NestJS common. Yeah. Next, let's create another query for getting all the messages of a specific chat room. And this returns an array of messages, like so. Yeah. And it takes a chatroom ID. And we use our get messages for chatroom method in the chatroom service. Yeah. And we pass in the chatroom ID. Okay. Then we have also another mutation, which is delete chatroom. And it simply returns a string, which is this here, chatroom deleted successfully. Yeah. And here we need the chatroom ID. And we are using our delete chatroom method. All right. And now we can jump to the front end and build out a beautiful looking room list. So let's go. Okay, now here in our ReactJS application, let's build out a new component, a RoomList.tsx RFCE. In here we need to import a couple of things. Let's import button, card, flex, group, loader, and scroll area from Mantine core. Let's import use media query from Mantine hooks. And yeah, let's also import text from Mantine core. Let's import two icons, icon plus and icon X from Tabla icons React. Let's import our general store. Let's import our user store. Let's import link, use navigate, and use params from React Router DOM. Let's import chatroom and get chatrooms for user query from GQL GraphQL. And actually we have to create this query here. So let's do that now. Let's head over to our GraphQL directory here. And in here, let's create some queries. Currently, we don't have any. So yeah, let's implement them. The first query will be get chatrooms for user.ts, yeah, which looks like this. Get chatrooms for user, then query get chatrooms for user, and this name must be the same as on the backend. Yeah, we named our query get chatrooms for user, so we need to name it like this. And it expects a user ID, which is of type float. And then we return the chatroom with the name and ID, but then also with messages. And each message has also a user field. And then also we return the users, which are the members of the chatroom. Yeah. Then let's also create another query. Get messages for chatroom.ts. And this looks like this. It expects a chatroom ID of type float again. And then we return the message with these fields. Remember, a message can have content and also an image URL. Then a message has a user, which is the sender. And then the message belongs to a chat room, which can have users. Yeah, like so. Okay. And of course, here the chat room will also have ID and name. Yeah? And here the order is not really beautiful. Let's take this and put it below chat room like this. And we are fine. Next, we need another query. Get users of, or maybe for chat room. Let's name it off. Whatsoever, doesn't really matter. Yeah, and it looks like this. We need the chatroom ID, and then we return an ID, full name, email, and avatar URL for each user. Yeah. Then also we need another query, search users.ts, which looks like this. It takes in a full name of type string, and then we call our search users. And then for each user, we return this here. Now let's create mutations. Let's create chatroom.ts, looking like this. And here we simply return the name and the ID for the chat room that we have created. Let's also have delete chat room. Yeah, we pass in the chat room ID of type float here, and then we call our delete chat room mutation on the backend. And then also let's have add users to chatroom.ts, looking like this. We need to have a chatroom ID of type float, and then user IDs, which is an array. And then also we need user IDs, which is an array of floats. Yeah? And then we are calling the add users to chatroom mutation, and we are returning our chatroom with name and ID, but we actually don't need to return anything here, yeah, because we don't need the data. But yeah, I leave it like this. And now let's see if there are any errors, because we run this with a watch flag, and it seems as if there are errors. Yeah. And the reason for this might be that we have some errors on the backend. So our backend crashed. Yeah, so let's check it out. I think here will be a couple of errors. Yeah. All right. So let's go to our chatroom module and let's put Prisma service in the providers array. And then also let's put in our user service here. User service. And also JWT service. Okay. And now all the errors are gone. And I think we should be fine here. Now we can jump to our RoomList component and we can keep going with our imports. So I'm not sure, maybe we have to rerun this, or maybe I just want to test it. Let's do a reload window here and let's see if something has changed. Okay, so we actually have to rerun this command here. And now let's see what's happening here. Okay, and now we are getting another error here. Cannot query field search users on type query. And the reason for this is that we currently don't have this query, yeah? So we forgot this. So let's go to the backend again and let's implement it. Okay. So let's go to our user service. In here we will implement it because this is related to users. And here we will have another method, async search users. It takes in a full name of type string and a user ID. So what are we doing here? We want to find all the users where full name contains whatever is in full name, which is this variable here. But then we want to exclude the authenticated user, the logged in user. And why is that? Because the creation of a chat room is a two-step process on our front end. Firstly, we create a chat room, and when creating a chat room, the creator of the chat room will be associated with the chat room. And then the second step is to add members. And because the creator has been already associated with the chat room, we don't want to be able to find him. We don't want to be able to find him. So this is why we exclude him. And we can do it via ID, and then we specify not, and we pass in the user ID. Okay. And now I think this error should be gone, but we might need to rerun this. And I think we might need to create another method. Sorry. I totally forgot. We need to update our resolver as well. So let's go to our user resolver. And in here, let's have another query. Let's make sure it's protected by using our GraphQL auth guard. This query returns an array of users. We provide the full name as arg, and then also the context. So we have the ID of the authenticated user, and this should be it. Now let's go back to our front end, and let's see what's going on here. We have to rerun this, because I think this only runs whenever we put in new files here. Actually, I think only then it runs. And now we get another error. We forgot to implement this. So let's do that. Let's head back to our user service. And in here, let's have another method. Get users of chat room, which takes a chat room ID of type number. And then we call find many where chat rooms. And then again, we use sum. And then we specify the ID, which is chat room ID. And now let's head to our user resolver and implement the corresponding query. It's also protected by our guard. And then it returns an array of users. We pass in the chat room ID. And now let's go back to our front end. Let's rerun this. Okay, and now we are getting this error here. Field messages must not have a selection since type ID has no subfields. And the reason for this error is that in chatroom types we have this here, in our chatroom class, and this is incorrect here, This must be message like so, an array of messages. And now we can actually query the subfields of message, which are all these fields here. And previously I had worked with MongoDB, and there I was using IDs and so on, because MongoDB is not a relational database. But I switched to Postgres, and so I forgot about a few things here. And now let's try to rerun this, and the error should be gone. Okay, this looks promising. Now we can go back to our RoomList component, and we can start working on this again. So let's go to our room list. And here we still have to import a few things. So now we can actually import our get chatrooms for user query. Let's import use mutation and use query from Apollo client. Let's import overlapping avatars. And this component we have to create. And let's also import the delete chatroom mutation, like so. Now let's create this overlapping avatars component. So here, let's create a new file, overlapping avatars.tsx, yeah, under components. And for now, I would say we do RFCE to have some boilerplate. And now we can go back to our room list. Now in our room list, we want to be able to toggle the create room modal. Yeah, so we access the toggle create room modal in our general store, yeah, which is an action for mutating the boolean that we have there. Let's also get the user ID from our user store, which is the ID of the logged in user. Let's also make use of the use query hook. Yeah, and here we are using our get chatrooms for user query. And here we type it. Yeah. And I think we don't need this here. And as variable, we need to specify the user ID. Yeah, like so. And then let's make use of use media query. And for the case that we are below 768 pixel, this returns true. Yeah, so this is a boolean. And we need this for our CSS styling. Okay. Next, let's create another variable down below. Default text styles of type React CSS properties. And here you see we are using this boolean value to conditionally use unset or ellipsis or unset and nowrap or unset and hidden. Yeah. And the reason for this is we want to make sure that the content of each item in the chatroom list looks nice. And what ellipsis does is it appends 3 dots, yeah, for the case that there's not enough space. And you will see how this looks in a bit. Then also, let's create another variable, default flex styles. Here we use also this boolean to either get unset or 200 pixel. Then let's also make use of local state here. Let's create active room ID and set active room ID, which is of type number or null. And here we use params, yeah, to get the chatroom ID from the URL. Yeah. And we have to use parseInt to turn it into a number. Then let's also use the use navigate hook to get navigate. Then let's create our delete chatroom mutation down below. Yeah, here we use delete chatroom. We provide our chatroom ID, which is the active room ID. And then here we have a refetch query, meaning whenever a room was deleted, we want to fetch all the corresponding chatrooms for this user again, yeah, so that the UI actually updates. This is why we are making use of this refetch query. And then once this has been completed, we navigate to slash, yeah, because this chat room does not exist anymore, so we cannot display anything on the screen anymore. So we need to update the screen, and we simply move back to slash, yeah, so we do not render a specific chat room anymore. And you will understand this once we are done with creating the UI for this. So don't worry, it's not complicated. Now it's time to write out some JSX. So let me get another view here. Let's bring in our browser. So first of all, that we are able to see anything, let's go to our home page and let's add our room list. Yeah. So maybe below sidebar, here we also must have our protected routes component. And the reason is room list needs the ID of the authenticated user, yeah? And this is only the case if the user has been logged in, yeah? So we need to protect this route. Otherwise, this will not work. And now we have an error here. What's going on here? All right, there is somewhere an error. Ah, okay, a comma is missing. And let's see what's happening here. Do we have any errors? No, we don't have. Nice. And you know what? Maybe we need to wrap our room list in a flex component. Yeah, with a direction of base column and then SM row, and then the width is 100 VW. Let's close this flex component. Let's close this flex component. And let's import it, of course. Now let's go back to our room list component. Let's scroll down to our JSX. Let's delete this code here and let's make use of a flex component. All right, we already have imported it. Let's close this component. And here we make use of direction as row, yeah, which is standard. And then we say W. And then for the case that it is a small device, we use calc 100% minus 100 pixel. Otherwise, we give it a width of 550 pixel. Okay. Then in here, let's have a card with a shadow of MD, W of 100%. Oh my god, what's going on here? Then also let's give it a width of 100% and padding 0, like so. Let's import our card. We already have imported it. Okay, but we need to put something inside, so we get rid of this error. In there, let's have a flex component. Direction is column, align is start, and W is 100%. Then in there, let's have a group. Let's import it from, we already have imported it. Let's close this group. Position apart, style, width 100%, and then margin bottom, MD, and margin top, MD. And actually here we say W 100%. This is cleaner. Alright. Now here in our group component, let's render a button with an on-click of toggle create room model, variant light, and then left icon we show icon plus and a text of create room. There it is. And now I would say, before we keep going with our room list, we should make sure that we have a nice model which allows us to create rooms, because only when we are able to create rooms, we are able to display them. Yeah? And then we can work on our room list again to display them in a beautiful way. Yeah? So I would say, let's create another component, which is our AddChatroom component. AddChatroom.tsx. Let's do RFCE. And let's go to our homepage and let's edit. Maybe here below protected routes. Add chatroom. Like so. Let's import it. And let's see what's happening here. Does the toggling work? Right, the toggling does not work, or? Ah, it works. Perfect. And we see it here, right? Okay. And now we need to make sure that we conditionally render it. So what we can do is, let's go back to our AddChatroom. And yeah, let's import a few things. Let's import useState from React. Let's import useState from React. Let's import a few things from Mantine core. Stepper, button, group, modal, text input, and multi-select. Let's import our general store from stores general store. Let's import our create chatroom mutation. Let's import a few things from GQL GraphQL. So add users to chatroom mutation, chatroom with users. Or we actually don't have this type here, chatroom. Then also create chatroom mutation, search users query and user. Then also let's import use mutation and use query from Apollo client. Let's import use form from Mantine form. Let's import icon plus from Tabla icons React. Let's import search users from queries search users. Let's import add users to chatroom from mutations add users to chatroom. And we are done with this. Now let's access a boolean from our general store. Is create a room model open. And let's also make sure that we are able to toggle this. Now let's go to our JSX and let's make use of model. Then here let's say opened, which is equal to our boolean. And then also on close, which is equal to our action here. Yeah, and now we see our beautiful model here, and we are able to toggle it. Yeah. So I would say let's keep going with our model, because first of all we need to be able to create chat rooms in order to display them in a list. Yeah. So let's finish the functionality for creating chat rooms. So let's write some more TypeScript in here. Let's have some local state active and set active. Initially it's 1. Let's also have highest step visited and set highest step visited, and set it initially to active. Then let's create a function handle step change, which takes in the next step of type number. Then if next step is higher than 2, then for the case that next step is higher than 2 or lower than 0, then we have is out of bounds, which is true. Then we do nothing. Yeah. we basically return and finish this function. Otherwise, we set active to the next step. And then also we set the highest step visited here using mass.max. And let's keep going. Next, let's create our create chatroom mutation here. Then let's create our form variable using our useForm hook from Mantine form. In here we have initial values, which is just a name. And then here we validate the value against a rule. We say it must have at least 3 characters. So we have some basic front-end validation. Then let's have some more local state. Newly created chatroom and set newly created chatroom. And here use state, and this is of type chatroom or null. And initially it's null. Then let's create another function, handle create chatroom. And in here we are executing our mutation. And we are providing variables, which is just the name of the chatroom. And we can access the name from form.values.name. This is how this useForm hook works. And then also we can update our local state. So we have the newly created chatroom. And then we can increase the step, because on completed, so when this has been successful, we can go to the next step. Because we will have a nice model with a stepper, which has exactly 2 steps. The first step is the creation of the chatroom, and the second step is where the user can add members to the chatroom. And okay, and then we have on error. Here we can use form set errors, and we can access this here. Because the errors coming from our backend are nicely formatted. And then we can use refetch queries here, and we can run get chatrooms for user again, because now we will have one more chatroom in our list. So this is why we are using this, to update our UI. Then down below, let's have some more local state. Let's have search term and set search term. Down below, let's have data and refetch, and then use query here. We are using our search users query. And then as variables, we have full name, which has a value of search term. Down below, we have a mutation, add users to chatroom, and we are using our add users to chatroom mutation here. And then also here, we will run get chatrooms for user again. So we update our room list. And the reason for this is we actually want to show the updated members of the room, because each item in the room list will display its members. You will see this in a bit. And so once the users have been added, we want to make sure that we update the UI to display all the members of a chat room in the list. All right. Next, let's create another function, handle add users to chatroom. Here we run our add users to chatroom mutation, and we pass in the chatroom ID. And here we need to make sure that we actually have an ID here, and then we turn this ID into a number here. And then also we need to provide the user IDs, the users that we want to add to a chat room. And we need to create this variable here. And once we are done with this, we increase the step again, and we toggle our create room model, yeah, meaning we will close it because we are done with it. Otherwise, if we get some errors, yeah, we set the errors, and for the case there's an error, we set the error, yeah, using form.setErrors. And since we have a beautiful backend, we get back a nicely formatted error response, yeah. Next, let's make sure that we have this selected users here. So above handle add users to chat room, let's create some more local state, selected users, and set selected users, which is an array of strings. And here we have an error, so we don't need data here. Let's get rid of it, like so. Now let's create a variable, debounce timeout, which is of type Node.js timeout. And down below, let's have a function, handle search change, like so, which takes in a term of type string. And so what's happening here? We want to make sure that we do not make too many requests. So whenever there's a keystroke, we will wait 300 milliseconds until we run refetch. Yeah? And before we run refetch, we set the search term, because when using refetch, we need this search term here. Yeah? So this is why we set it there. Down below, let's create a type, select item, with a label property and a value property, both of type string. Then let's create another variable, select items, which is an array of select item. And in here, we map over search users. And for each user, we simply return an object with a label and value property, and then we access user full name and user ID, like so, yeah? So we actually display the username in our select component, but the value is the user ID, yeah? And this is common practice. All right. Now, yeah, let's implement our stepper here. Yeah, so we have to import stepper. We already have stepper imported. Let's close the stepper. And here active is active. On step click, we run set active and then breakpoint sm. In here, let's have stepper step. Label is first step, description is create chat room, and then let's have a div with create chat room, like so. And here you see it. Then below stepper step here, let's have again stepper step with a label of second step and description add members. Then let's have a form in there with on submit form on submit, where we run an arrow function, and in here we call handle create chat room, like so. Let's close it. Then let's have an input here, a text input, with a placeholder of chat room name, label chat room name, error form errors name, and then we need to spread in form get input props name. And now we have this in place, looking very beautiful already. Now below this text input, let's have a button with mtmd and type submit and a text of create room, like so. Now after this closing stepper step, let's have stepper completed, like so. Let's close it as well. And then in here, let's have our beautiful multi-select. And here we need to specify a couple of properties. On search change, we run handle search change. Then for the case that nothing has been found, we say no users found. We say searchable pbxl, data is select items, label is choose the members you want to add, placeholder, pick all the users you want to add to this chat room. And then on change, we have an arrow function here, which gets access to the values, and we pass the values to set selected user, like so. Alright, now let's try it out. Chat room name, test room 123. Yep. Let's try to add some users. For example, I can add John Doe 69, like so, which is correct. And also you see that I successfully created a chat room here. And now let's make sure that we have buttons to actually add the users to the chat room, yeah? So we are almost done with this. So let's do the following. Below this closing stepper div, let's have a group with empty XL. Then in there let's have a button with variant default, and on click we call handle step change. And then here we say active -1. Yeah, so we go one step back. Then for the case that we have at least one selected user here, then we want to show a button with a text of add users and an on-click handler which executes handle add users to chat room. And here also color is blue and left icon is icon plus. And then here we can say loading, and we can pass in loading like so. And now let's try it out and let's see if this works. So let's hit add users. And I think we successfully have done it. What we can do now is we can go to our database. Let's go to chat room. Here we have our test room 123. And you see that we have two users in it, yeah? The creator and then the member, yeah, which is correct. Yeah, because we are here Jane Doe and we have Jane Doe and John Doe, yeah. All right, beautiful. And then a few more things. Let's make it that on completed we set selected users to an empty array. We set the newly created chat room to null. And yeah, maybe we say form.reset. Yeah, and let's try it out. So I create a chat room. I can add a member, add users. Now, when hitting the create room button again, yeah, everything is resetted again. Okay, beautiful. Now, let's keep working on our room list. So, below our button and this group tag, let's create a scroll area with a height of 83 VH and a width of 100%. In there, let's have a flex component with a direction of column. Let's import it. Or no, we don't have to. We already have it. Let's close this. In there, let's have another flex component with justify center, align center, H 100%, and a min height of 75 pixel. In here we render something conditionally. Yeah. For the case that loading is true, we simply have a flex component with align center, a loader with margin right MD, and then a text with a color of dimmed and italic, and then a text of loading in it, like so. Then below these brackets and this closing flex, let's actually display our list. Yeah. So let's say data question mark get chatrooms for user dot map. Here we get access to each chat room. Let's close this correctly. In here, let's make sure that we are using a link, yeah, which allows us to get to a specific chat room, yeah, as you can see here. And also, you see that we provided some style here. So transition, background color 0.3 seconds, cursor pointer, key is chatroom ID, and on click we set the active room ID, yeah, to whatever is chatroom.id. And we do this just for styling, so we see the selected room, yeah. So we can see what room has been selected by us. Then in this link, let's have a card component. And here we make use of style again. And here for the case that the active room ID is equal to the chat room ID, then we want to have a background color of a very light gray. Otherwise, we just have white. And then also we have a min height of 120, PW of MD. We have a border and a shadow MD on our card. Then in our card, let's have a flex component with justify space around. And in here, we loop over the users in our chat room. And then we render a flex container with align center. And in here, we render our overlapping avatars component, which accepts users as props. And we need to work on this component soon. Let's make sure that we close this flex component. Oops. And here you already see something. Now down below these brackets, let's do something conditionally. So in here, let's render a flex component with a style of default flex styles, direction column, align start, W 100% and H 100%. Let's close this one as well. Then in here, let's have another flex component with W of 100%, H of 100%, align end, justify end. Let's close it. In there, let's have a button with P0 variant light, color red, and on click delete chat room, like so. Then below this button and this flex tag here, let's have another flex component with direction of column. In here, let's have a text component with size of large, style is default text styles, and then in here we render chat room name. Then let's also have another text down below where we render chatroom messages 0 content. And the way we implemented it on the backend is that messages will only contain one message, which is the latest message. Then also down below this text, let's have another text with color of dimmed, style default text styles again. And then in here, we say new date. We pass in chatroom messages 0 created at, and then we call to locale string on the state object. Yeah. Okay. And now we are having this error here because we need to provide an else case, yeah? Since we are making use of the ternary operator here. So let's make colon here. And let's render another flex component with align center, justify center. And then in here, let's have text, italic, color dimmed, and a text of no messages. And we get this, yeah? Looking already pretty cool. Now, this is a bit boring here because you only see this overlapping avatars always. Let's implement this component here so it actually renders our beautiful overlapping avatars. Let's do this next. Alright, now here, let's import our user from GQL GraphQL. And let's import avatar and tooltip from Mantine core. Now let's refactor this a bit here. Let's make it like this. So our lapping avatars expects users, which is of type user array. Next, let's create a variable remaining users. And what we do here is, for the case that users.length is higher than 3, then we want to slice the users array at the third index, yeah? Meaning this array will contain all the users from the fourth user, yeah? Because the index starts at 0, so we will have all the users from the fourth user of this array. And why we do this, you will see in a bit. Now, let's turn this array here into a string, yeah? So we map over remaining users, we get access to each user, and then we return a new array, which just contains the full names of a user, yeah? And then we turn this array into a single string by using join, comma, yeah? And now we are ready to write out some beautiful JSX. Yeah. So let's make use of a tooltip group, open delay 300, close delay 100. Let's close this thing as well. Then in there, let's have an avatar group with a spacing of SM. In there, let's have a fragment. And then in here, let's say users slice from 0 to the third index. Yeah. And then we map over them. So we basically map over the first 3 users of this users array. Yeah. And then for each user, we display a tooltip with a key of user ID, label of user.fullname, and then we render an avatar in a tooltip, displaying the actual user avatar. And for the case that there's nothing, then we display null, and this will force this avatar component to render a nice placeholder, yeah? So here we need to specify null. Then we say radius is XL, alt is user full name, and size is LG. Then below these closing brackets, let's say for the case that user's length is higher than 3, then we want to show a fourth tooltip, so to speak, with a label of remaining names, which is this string here, yeah? And then in here we render an avatar, size LG, radius XL, and then children, we simply say plus user's length minus 3. And the reason why we do minus 3 is because we show the first 3 users here, and then the remaining ones we show in here, so to speak, yeah? And let me show to you what I mean. So here you see that we have currently 2 users, which is totally fine. And now, in order for me to show you what I mean, let me add a couple of more users to our app. And then I create a new chat room and add more than 3 members, yeah? And then you will see what I mean. Okay, now I've added a few more users to our app. So let's create a new chat room. Let's say test room 69. Okay, now I've created a couple of more users in our app. Let's create a new chat room. Test room 69. Like so. Let's add some users. Let's add Tommy4, John Doe, Tommy2, and let's add Tommy3 and Tommy, why not? Let's hit add users. And now you see what I mean here. We display 3 avatars, even though we have more members, yeah? And each avatar has a nice tooltip here. Beautiful. But then also we display a 4th avatar with a number in it, yeah? And this number represents the remaining users of our chat room, yeah? So we already display 3 here. And here you see that we are rendering a string containing the 3 remaining users. Now a few more things. We have this ugly styling here, and also the font does not look really nice. So I would say let's fix this. Yeah, let's add a few things to our index.css here. Let's go to this. So first of all, let's say body, margin 0, display flex, flex direction row, and max width of 100%. Then let's say a text decoration none. So this gets rid of this underline. Then let's say star, font family Roboto sans serif, and then padding 0, margin 0, box sizing border box, font size 16 pixel. So here we have a more beautiful font. And why not? Let's also say div max width 100% and UL max width 100%. And with that, we are basically done. We still have this hello here. So let me see where it comes from. I'm not really sure. Where does this come from? I think we render it here, yeah? We actually don't need this, I think, here. Let's get rid of this. And in here as well, in our main.tsx. Let's get rid of it here. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. And now we are done with our room list. And sorry, one more thing though, I made a mistake here. We actually do not see any delete buttons here, yeah? And the reason for this is that we render our button, yeah, for deleting a chat room in this block of code here. And currently we don't have any messages in a chat room, so we will never see this button. And this is bad. So let's grab this flex component with the button. Let's go down to no messages here. And then below these closing brackets, let's put it like so here. And now we have it here. Now let's say with 100%, let's get rid of this. Yeah, and I think this looks fine. And now let's try it out to delete a room. And this does not work. Yeah, so we are actually going to a specific chat room, and this is what we do not want to do. We want to delete one, and we can fix this by going to our delete button. And here, let's refactor this. Let's put in E here for the event, then curly brackets again, e.preventDefault, and then we can call delete chat room like so. Now let's try it out again. And now it is working, yeah? We can delete the chat rooms. All right, and I think now it is time to implement a huge feature, which will be our chat window, which allows us to perform real-time communication with other users. So let's implement this next, and yeah, let's go. And thank you so much for powering through this with me. You are doing an amazing job. I know it's very hard, it's not easy, but yeah, congratulations for staying strong and going with me through all of this. So let's keep going and let's finish this beautiful app. Let's go. But before we create the chat window and so on, there's one more issue. When someone creates a room and adds members, you see that the creator of the room is always at the last position here, yeah? So let's fix this. Let's go to our chat room service and let's look for get chat rooms for user, and then we have users here, which are the members of the chat room. Let's make it ascending like so, and this should fix it. Yeah, now you see the creator is always at the first position, which is perfect. And you can see how our overlapping avatars component, yeah, is working. Alrighty, now I would say let's start building out the chat window and so on. So let's get started. So currently, when going to a specific chat room, we get this here, yeah? So this route does not exist. Let's fix this. So we go to our main.tsx, and here we have this create browser router, and here we simply add one more element here like so. Oh no, sorry, I'm wrong. We add something like this. Children, yeah, we must have a property children, and then here children is an array, and then here we can specify one object in this array, and we actually don't need this element here. Yeah, so we just have children, then an array, and in it we have an object with a path property pointing to chat rooms ID. And now we basically have this route available. Now let's create another component, and we name it join room or chat window. Sorry for this name, this is really horrible. But I was not able to come up with a better name, and you will see why I chose this name in a bit. And if you have any idea for a better name, please choose a better name. This is really bad, but yeah, let's keep going. So in here, let's import a few things. We need to import useEffect from React. We need to import useParams from React Router DOM. And we need to import Chatwindow, which we also have to create. And we need to import flex and text from Mantine core. So maybe let's create Chatwindow as well. Chatwindow.tsx, rfce, like so. And now let's create this component. So let's say function chatroom. It's a very simple component. First of all, we want to get the ID from the URL, yeah, and this is the chatroom ID. Then we want to have some local state, yeah, content, and set content, which is either a string or a React component. Initially, it's an empty string. And then in here, we want to run useEffect. And useEffect should depend on set content and ID. Yeah. So whenever the ID changes or set content, then this thing shall run. And then for the case that we don't have an ID, then we want to set the content to please choose a room. Yeah. Otherwise, we set the content. Otherwise, we set the content to Chatwindow, which is a component. And then, last but not least, let's return some JSX. Yeah, here we have a flex component with W of 100%, age of 100 view height, align center, justify center. And then in here we have a text component, and in it we render content. And maybe let's make it like this. Only for the case that we don't have an ID, then we want to have size XL. Otherwise, we want to have nothing. Or do I have to provide an empty string? Yeah, I think so. All right. So, because then we only want to have text size XL, yeah, for the case that we render a string. And now let's try it out. We should actually render our Chatwindow component here, but I don't see anything. Let's check Chrome DevTools. Okay, we get an error. Maybe we need to go back to main.tsx. And here we actually need to have an element. So let's try that out. In here, let's have a div. And let's render chatroom. And now let's see what happens. Alrighty, now it's working. So I found the bug, yeah. And as always, I forgot one important thing. So please make sure in your home.tsx that you put your join room or chat window below room list, yeah, and that you import it. And then also make sure that you make export default. And then here, of course, let's rename this thing. This must be join room or chat window. Like so. Let's make export default. And then also let's go to Chatwindow, and here we export it correctly. So why I'm not able to import it here? Chatwindow. Of course. This must be lowercase, the W. Alright. And with that, everything should work. Yeah, so please make sure that the names are correct. And now, when going to just slash, we get please choose a room. Yeah, and otherwise we are in a specific chat room. Yeah, and this is why I came up with this name. So if there's no chat room, yeah, if we haven't joined one, we get this message here, please choose a room. Otherwise we see the chat window. Yeah, so This is why I came up with this strange name. I couldn't figure out a better name, so sorry for this. Yeah, so let's keep going and let's start to build out our chat window component. So first of all, let's go to our chat window, and here we have to import bunch of things. First of all, so let's get started with use effect and use date from React. From Mantine core, we need to import text input, image, button, paper, use Mantine theme, flex, avatar, tooltip, scroll area, divider, card, text, and list. Then we also import use dropzone from React dropzone, and I think we must install this. Or maybe we have installed it already. Yeah, we will see. Then also we need to use mutation, use query, use subscription from Apollo client. Let's import our send message mutation. Let's import an icon here. Icon Michelin by icon Michelin bip command, sorry for this, from Tabla icons React. Let's import use params from React router DOM. And let's import a few more types from GQL GraphQL. Get messages for chatroom query, get user of chatroom query, live users in chatroom subscription, new message subscription, send message mutation, user started typing subscription, and user stopped typing subscription. Let's import get messages for chatroom from queries get messages for chatroom. Let's import our user store from stores user store. Let's import new message subscription from subscriptions new message. We have to create this one. And you know what? Before I keep going with the imports, it's better to jump to the backend and implement the real-time functionality, because otherwise we get problems with the generation of all the types and so on. So yeah, let's go to the backend and let's implement all the functionality there, all the subscriptions and so on. And let's also get started to work with Redis. Yeah, then it will become much easier and smoother to finish this chat window component, yeah, with the full functionality. So yeah, let's jump to our backend. Now let's go to our chatroom resolver. And in here, let's create a new property in this class. So below chatroom resolver, let's make public pub_sub, and this is of type pub_sub, and pub_sub comes from GraphQL subscriptions. Yeah, so GraphQL subscriptions, and then here in our constructor, and then here in the body of the constructor function, let's initialize pub_sub. So now we have access to it. And now we can start to build out our subscriptions, yeah? And subscriptions are built on top of WebSockets, and they allow us to send data in real time. And this is what we want. So yeah, let's get started with it. So let's create our first subscription. Here we use the subscription decorator from NestJS GraphQL. And then here we return simply a message. So this is our message type. And then here we want to send some data. And here actually we have to use resolve because it's a promise, it's async, yeah. and we have value.newMessage. And we have value.newMessage because this is how we send the data. Yeah, we will name it new message. And yeah, you will see how this works in a bit. Yeah, so bear with me, you will understand everything. Yeah. So yeah, let's keep going. And now let's have our subscription here. We name it new message. It takes args in form of chatroom ID, which is of type number. And then we return pub/sub async iterator. And then we name it new message. And it's specific to a chatroom ID. Yeah. So only users in this specific chat room will receive the new message event on the front end. Yeah. This is how we send messages. Yeah. So the messages that we send in real time are specific to a chat room. Yeah. If we didn't have this, yeah, the message would be if we didn't have this, the message would go to all chat rooms, and this is what we do not want. Yeah, so please make sure you have this in place. Then also we have another feature of our chat app application, which is the typing indicator. Yeah, and for this, let's create another subscription, which returns a user type. Yeah, so let's import user from user type, and then it resolves to value.user. And here you see that we are making use of something new, filter. And the reason we use filter here is we want to send this event to everybody except the user who is typing. Yeah, and this makes sense because the user who is typing does not need to have a typing indicator that he's typing, right? So all other members of the room should get this, but not the user who is typing. Yeah. So this is why we have this filter in place. And now let's come up with the actual subscription. User started typing. It takes a chatroom ID of type number and a user ID of type number. And yeah, actually we don't need the user ID here. We can get rid of it. And then again, here we use the chatroom ID. So this should only go to users that are in the same chat room. Yeah. So it should be chatroom specific again. And we name it user started typing. Okay. Very similar to user started typing, we have another subscription. User stopped typing. Yeah. And everything is the same except that we name it user stopped typing. Yeah. And these are our subscriptions. And now we need to make sure that we publish them, so to speak. Yeah. Because these are basically like events and we have to fire them, so to speak. Yeah. We have to publish them and we publish them in corresponding mutations. Yeah. So let's build out the first mutation. Here we use filters again. Yeah. Our GraphQL error filter. We make it protected by using our guard, and we return a user. Our mutation will be named user started typing mutation. It needs args. It needs the chatroom ID of type number and the context. Then in the function body, we try to get a user using the sub from the user object in the request. Yeah. And here we have to create this method. And then once we have this user, we can do this pub/sub publish and then user started typing. Yeah? And here we have to use user started typing because here we named it user started typing. Yeah? And then also here, of course, we have to use the chatroom ID. And now you see here in this curly bracket, I have the payload of user and typing user ID. Yeah? And because I have a user object here we must resolve this here to value.user, yeah? And you also will see the same for this new message here, yeah? That we will implement in a bit. And then we basically will have almost the same mutation for user stop typing, yeah? It's basically the same except that we are using user stop typing here, yeah? And now let's head over to our send message. Do we have this here already? Our send message mutation? Oh no, we don't have it. So let's implement one more mutation, yeah, for sending a message in real time. And now I would say before we implement this method here in our user service, let's implement one more mutation. Let's use our guards and let's use our GraphQL auth guard again because the user must be authenticated for this. Then here we use a mutation decorator and we return a message. And then we want to create a send message mutation which takes a chatroom ID of type number. It takes content which is of type string. It takes the context. And then also we can have an image, yeah? We can send an image with the message and the image is of type GraphQL upload, yeah? And we also can send it. And also it's nullable, so we don't have to send an image, yeah? And here we need to make sure that we import GraphQL upload and we have to import it in a specific way. So let me show it to you. Here we have to say import star as GraphQL upload from GraphQL upload GraphQL upload.js. Yeah, this is important. Now let's open up the function body. And in here, let's have an image path. Initially it's null. Then for the case that we have an image, yeah, we want to get the image path by using this chatroom service save image. Yeah. As you remember, this save image will return a string, which is the image path. And then we can create a new message using this chatroom service send message. Yeah. And after we have created a message, what we can do is we can use await this pub/sub publish, and we want to publish a new message which is specific for a chatroom. And then we pass in new message, yeah. And because we name it new message, we have to resolve it to value.newMessage here, yeah, in our new message subscription. Okay. Now let's implement this getUser method here. Let's jump to our user service. And this is a very easy method. GetUser, it takes a user ID of type number, and then we write return this Prisma user find unique where ID is user ID. Yeah, that's all. And we are good to go. Let's check if there are any errors. Oh, there are no errors. That's cool. And now let's jump back to our front end. And now before we keep going with our imports in Chatwindow.tsx, let's create some more mutations, subscriptions and queries and so on. So first of all, let's create a mutation, enter chatroom.ts, which looks like this. Yeah, mutation, enter chatroom. It takes a chatroom ID of type float. And then here we call our enter chatroom mutation from our backend. Yeah, and we pass in the chatroom ID. That's all we do here. And we don't want to return anything. Yeah, that's fine. Then we create another one, leave chatroom.ts, and this looks pretty similar, yeah. But here we have leave chatroom everywhere. Yeah? Okay. Let's close this one. Let's close this one. Now let's create another mutation. Send message.ts, which looks like this. Mutation send message. It takes in a chatroom ID of type float, content of type string, and image of type upload. And then we want to return some fields. We want to have the ID of the message, the content, and image URL. And then we want to return the user of the message, which is the sender of the message. Yeah? And why we need this user, you will see when we start to implement the front end for this. Yeah? So when we write out JSX, it will totally make sense why we have this user here. Yeah? So don't worry. And then let's also have a user started typing mutation.ts. Looking like this, yeah, user started typing mutation, which takes in a chatroom ID. And let's also create another one, user stopped typing mutation.ts, which looks very similar, yeah. But here we are calling user stopped typing mutation, yeah, from our backend. Okay. Now let's see if we have any errors here, because we are running still our CouchGen with the watch flag. And okay, here I forgot to save this file. Okay, and now we are getting some errors. Yeah, so enter chatroom and leave chatroom. And it looks like I might have forgotten to implement them on the backend. Let's go to our chatroom resolver. Let's look for enter chatroom and so on. All right, yeah, and the reason is why we get this error. I haven't implemented these mutations, yeah. And the reason for this is, you know, we have a lot of features in our Chatwindow component. And one feature is the list of the live users in a chat room. So whenever a user joins a chat room or leaves a chat room, we will see a list updating in real time, yeah, displaying the live users. And my plan was to implement this live user list after we have implemented the main functionality of sending images and also implementing the typing indicator and so on. But it might be not so easy to separate these two things. So maybe we implement everything together, yeah, in one go, so to speak. Yeah, for this, let's keep going. Here, the thing though is, on the back end, it's a bit separated, but on the front end, we have everything in our Chatwindow component, yeah. So it's a large component, and there it's not so easy for me to separate things. I will try my best to explain it well, and if you have any questions, leave them down below in the comment section. I will try my best to answer them, and I'm sure you will understand most of the things. So yeah, bear with me and let's keep going. So here on our backend, let's create a new module. Let's name it live chatroom. Live chatroom. And of course, let's firstly generate a module. Yeah, so NestJS module. Then let's create a corresponding resolver. Oops, I need to put an empty space there. And let's create a corresponding service like so. Now let's jump to our live chatroom module, and in here let's jump to our service, live chatroom service. And before we work on this, let's close a few tabs here. There are so many open tabs. Okay, like so. Now here, let's import Redis from IO_Redis and user from user type. Let's create a private property, Redis client of type Redis. Let's make use of the constructor. Yeah, and in here, let's say this.redis client is equal to new Redis. And then here we have to provide a host and a port. And currently it's like this, that we do not have a Redis host and Redis port variable in our .env file, which is totally fine because here we have a default value of localhost and here the standard port for Redis. So this is still working perfectly. And now in here we have to create 3 methods. The first method being add live user to chatroom. Yeah? And this takes a chatroom ID and of course a user of type user. So what are we doing here? First of all, we get the existing live users, yeah, using a private method. Yeah, get live users for chatroom. We have to create this one. Then we are trying to find the user, yeah, that we want to add. Yeah, so we are using find on existing live users, and then we want to check if this condition here is true, yeah. And if this condition is true, we have an existing user. And then for the case that we have an existing user, we do an early return, yeah. We don't want to add him again, yeah. Otherwise, what we do is we say this Redis client as add, and then live users :chatroom ID. And then JSON stringify. And with that, we are able to add a user to a chat room in the Redis database, yeah, which is super fast and which is an in-memory database, so to speak, which we can use for cases like this here, yeah. And yeah, let's keep going. Next, let's implement a method for removing a user from a chat room. It takes in a chatroom ID and a user as well of type user here, yeah. And in here we do the following: await this Redis client .s remove, and then live users chatroom ID, yeah, the same as here. This is important. And then JSON stringify user. And it's also important that we pass in the same user as here, yeah. Otherwise, we are not able to delete this user, yeah. So this must be identical. Yeah. And then we basically do nothing here, yeah. I just do console.log here, but yeah, this does nothing. And then let's create another method. Get live users for chatroom. It takes in a chatroom ID of type number and it returns an array of users. And what we do here is we get the users using Redis client as members, yeah, as members. Then again, live users :chatroom ID. And then we return users by mapping over each user and running JSON parse on this user, yeah. And with that, we are done. And actually, we can make this private because we only use this in the service here, yeah. And we are done with our live chat room service here, yeah. And we can close it. Do we have any errors? No, that's great. Now let's head over to our live chat room resolver and start working on this. Here again, we need a private property pub_sub, yeah, of type pub_sub from GraphQL Redis subscriptions. From GraphQL subscriptions. And also we need to import a bunch of other things. So let's do it now. We need to import user from user type. We need to import our live chat room service. We need to import our user service. We need to import subscription, args, context, and mutation from NestJS GraphQL. we need to import request from Express. We need to import use filters and use guards from NestJS common. We need to import GraphQL AuthGuard from auth GraphQL AuthGuard. And we need to import GraphQL error filter from filters custom exception filter. Now let's create a constructor down below this private property. And here we make use of the live chatroom service and user service. And then also here we initialize pub/sub, yeah? And here one thing, we don't actually need to put anything in here because we use the standard things, yeah, localhost and the standard port. So before you saw me doing this, but actually you don't have to do it, yeah. So you can leave it like this. This should also work. And now let's start to create our first subscription, which returns an array of users. And here we use resolve value.live users. Yeah, we get a list of all the users that are currently live in a chat room. And here we use filter to make sure that only the users of a specific chat room will get, yeah, the list of the live users of this chat room, so to speak. Yeah. So yeah, we need filter here, and then we can implement the subscription down below. Live users in chat room. We need the chat room ID of type number, and then again this pub/sub async iterator live users in chat room, and here we use the chat room ID like so. And we are done with our first subscription here. Now let's create a mutation. Yeah. We are using our GraphQL error filter, we are using our GraphQL AuthGuard. This mutation just returns a boolean, but this is not so important because we don't use this value here. And we name it enter chatroom. It takes a chatroom ID of type number, and also we need to access the context. And then let's work on the function body. In here we are getting the user. Using user service get user, we pass in the sub from the request, and we pass in sub here as user ID. Then we run live chatroom service add live users to chatroom. So we are trying to add the user to the chatroom when he enters the chatroom, which makes total sense, right? Then we are trying to get the live users, yeah. So this live users list will be updated, yeah, once a user has been added. And here we actually have an error. Okay. Here we get an error now. And the reason is, let's go back to our live chatroom service. This must be public, yeah. We need to access it outside of this class. So now this works. And after we have our live users, what we want to do is we want to update our front end in real time. So we need to make use of pub/sub, publish, live users in chat room, and here specific to a chat room. So we need to make use of the chat room ID, and we pass in live users and the chat room ID. Yeah. And then also we can return true, but we actually don't need this value here, yeah. But here we are saying that we are returning a boolean, so let's make it like this. Then very similar to this, we have another mutation. Yeah, all these decorators are the same, and this mutation will be leave chat room, yeah. And here again we are getting the user using user service get user, but then we are calling live chatroom service remove live user from Chatroom, yeah. And once we have done this, again, we get the updated live users list. And then we call pub/sub publish, live users in chatroom, chatroom ID, and we pass in the updated list of live users, which represents all the live users, but not the live user that just has been removed, yeah? And yeah, we return true. And we need to have one more closing. And we need to get rid of one bracket here. Yeah, beautiful. And now we are done with this here. Beautiful. That should be it now. Now we can jump back to the front end. Yeah. And we have to rerun our GraphQL codegen here. So npx GraphQL codegen --watch --verbose. And of course here we get an error again, as always. Yeah, so our backend crashed. So let's go back and see what has happened there. So let's open up the terminal. And here we have a bunch of errors. So let's go to our live chatroom module. And here in this providers array, let's make use of the user service. Let's import it. And now let's also add the Prisma service. Let's add JWT service. And we are fine now. Now let's go back to our front end. Let's rerun this generate command. And now we are fine, yeah? We only see success here. Beautiful. Now we can go back to our chat window component and keep going with the imports. Yeah. All right, so let's keep going here. What else do we need? We need overlapping avatars. Yeah, that's the component that we have created previously. Then we need to import a couple of subscriptions. Yeah, user started typing and user stopped typing subscription. And then also live user subscription. Then let's import two more mutations, enter chatroom and leave chatroom. And two more queries, get users of chatroom and get chatrooms for user, like so. Okay. Okay, now before we keep going, let's create a new component and let's name it messageBubble.tsx. And let's do RFC, like so. And now let's go back to our chat window. And let's start implementing this component here. First of all, let's have some local state, message content and set message content. Initially, we have an empty string. Let's make use of our send message mutation by using use mutation here. Also, we want to be able to send an image with a message. So let's have selected file and set selected file, which is of type file or null. Initially it's null. Then let's make use of use drop zone here. And then here on drop, what we are doing is we are setting selected file. Down below, let's create a variable preview URL. For the case that we have a selected file, yeah, we use the standard browser API, yeah, to create an image that we can preview in the browser, yeah, before sending it to the backend, so to speak. Let's also get the ID, which is the chatroom ID, and we get it from the URL. Let's get our user from our user store. Let's make use of use subscription, and here we want to create a user started typing subscription. And this subscription returns data and also a loading state and error state, yeah? Then we also have user stop typing here, yeah? So we also want to have this subscription here. And then we want to have the corresponding mutations. User started typing mutation, yeah? We are using use mutation here. User started typing mutation, like so. And here always make sure, yeah, that you pass in the right variables here. Yeah, it's always chatroom ID, and you need to make sure that you use parseInt because ID is string or undefined when using use params here. Yeah, and great. So now let's keep going here. Let's also have a user stopped typing mutation here down below. Let's create some more local state, typing users and set typing users. And this basically is for the case that multiple users are typing. Yeah? Imagine this. Maybe you have 3 users in your room and 2 of them are typing. Yeah? So you will see a typing indicator that contains 2 typing users, so to speak, yeah? And so we need an array here, yeah? An array of users as data structure here, yeah? For this typing indicator to work. Next, down below, let's make use of use effect. And this use effect shall run every time typing data changes, yeah? And typing data is basically this data here, yeah? So we renamed it here, yeah? So we don't get any conflict because this has to be always data, but then we can rename it here, yeah? So we have typing data, and once this changes, yeah, then of course we want to re-render our component here. And what do we want to do in here in this use effect is we want to extract the user from typing data, user started typing. And then for the case that we have a user and also a user ID, then we want to do the following. We want to set the typing users. In this setter here, we can run an arrow function which has access to the old state. And now we can do another if check in here in this arrow function. And here we say for the case that we do not find that user that we got, yeah, from this here. For the case that we do not find it, then we want to add it, yeah. So we have the previous users and then we add the newly typing user, so to speak, yeah. Because let's go back to typing data. Yeah, this subscription returns a user, yeah, and it returns the user who started typing, so to speak, yeah. And so we need to make sure that we do not have duplicates in our typing users array, yeah. And this is why we have this if check here and we are using find here, yeah, to avoid duplicates. And now after this if statement, we have to return previous users here. So yeah, for the case that the user is already in the list, yeah, then we don't want to add it again, so we return the old users list, yeah. Now down below this use effect, let's have another use effect. And this depends on stopped typing data. Here again, we get the user from stop typing data.user stop typing. Then for the case that we have an user and a user ID, let's do something. And here we want to clear a timeout, yeah? And we have to create this one. And we have some kind of dictionary structure here. So for each user ID, we will have a specific timeout. And more details to that soon. And then what we want to do is we want to update our typing users array. Here we get access to the old state, the previous users. And what we want to do is we want to filter out this specific user here, who stopped typing. So what we do here, we return all other users except the one who stopped typing here. So make sure you write it like this. And now let's create this ref here above use effect. So we have a typing timeout ref, which is of type key, which is of type number. And then we have our Node.js timeout here. So basically so for each user ID, we will have a timeout. And why we have this timeout, you will see now, and how this works. So let's create a function here down below, handle user started typing, which will publish the user started typing subscription on the backend. So all other users will receive this in real time. So we have some real-time functionality in place. And now, for the case that the user started typing, we check whether we have a user ID, and then we check whether we have a corresponding timeout of the user. And here we don't have user ID, so we need to create user ID, and we create user ID by maybe here above this function, by accessing our user store here, and then state.id. And now here in this if block, if we have a timeout, then we want to clear it, And then for the case that we have a user ID, what we want to do is we say typing timeout, we say typing timeouts ref dot current, and then for a specific user ID is equal to set timeout, and in set timeout we run an async function, and maybe we give it something large, 5,000 milliseconds, for example. And what shall happen after 5,000 milliseconds is the following. Here we are making use of set typing users again. And in here we get access to the old state. And what we want to do is, after 5,000 milliseconds, we only want to keep the users that do not have an user ID of user ID here. So we filter out this user ID here. We don't want to keep this. And now to explain it a bit more in detail, what's happening here is the following. So every time a user types, the old timeout will be deleted. And this here never gets executed. Because this time never passes. Because this thing here gets always deleted. So this never runs. And this means that the user stays in the typing users array. Now imagine the user stops typing. What happens then? Then after 5,000 milliseconds, this timeout starts to run, and the user gets filtered out. This is what's happening here. And next, let's create a variable is small device. Use media query, which we have to import from Mantine hooks. Then let's also have another subscription down below. Here we make use of the live users subscription. And here we get back data, loading and error. But please make sure to rename it so we don't get a conflict, because we only can have one variable named data here. Yeah. So here we name it live users data and so on. Yeah. Live users loading and live users error. And no, I'm not sure. Have I created this already? No, okay. We still have to create this. Yeah, live users and set live users of type user array. And initially it's an empty array. Next, let's have another use effect down below this. And this effect is dependent on live users data dot live users in chat room. Yeah. So in here, for the case that we have live users in chat room, what we want to do is we want to set the live users. Yeah. That's all what we are doing here. And every time this changes, yeah, meaning there's one more user in this list or one less user, the component re-renders and we have UI updates in real time. Yeah, this is the beauty of what we are doing here. Yeah, let's have two other mutations here: enter chat room and leave chat room. Let's get the chat room ID by using parseInt ID, and here we have this ID already. Yeah, because we have used params here. Yeah, so we have this thing already. Now let's create a function, handle enter. In here we call enter chatroom and we pass in the chatroom ID. Let's make it await, and here we have to make it async. And yeah, what we also can do is we can have then and catch here. Yeah, and here we just do some console.log. Nothing special. Let's also have handle leave, which is very similar here. Yeah, but here we are using the leave chat room mutation, like so. And now I see there's one error, so let's go up. Yeah, please make sure that you close handle user started typing correctly. So here we need to have a closing bracket. Yeah, now we are fine. Okay, we have handle leave. Next, let's create another local state. Is user part of chat room and set is user part of chat room, which is of type Boolean or undefined. Down below, let's make use of use query and let's use our get users of chat room query here. Yeah. And as variables, we pass in our chat room ID. And here actually, let's use chat room ID because this is already a number. Then down below, let's run another use effect. And this use effect is dependent on a couple of things. Two things to be precise: data users of chatroom dot get users of chatroom and user ID. Yeah. And what do we want to do here is we want to run set is user part of chatroom. And what we are doing here is we check whether user ID is in this array of users. Yeah. That's all we are doing here. And this returns either true or false. So it's a Boolean. And you will see why we need this in a bit. Yeah. And now let's keep going. Yeah. Let's write more use effect. Huh? So let's write another one. And in here we run handle enter. Let's make it async and await. Let's have a dependency array here. And this effect is dependent on the chatroom ID. Every time this chatroom ID changes, we want to re-render the component, yeah? So, and this basically means every time the user changes the chatroom, meaning he clicks on another chat room. We want to run handle enter, yeah? So he enters a new chat room. And here we say, if we have live users in chat room, then we want to do the following. We execute set live users and we pass in this. And then we execute set is user part of chat room. We run an arrow function here again. Yeah, we have done this before. And yeah, it's basically the same. And now one more thing, we need another use effect here. And this use effect is very important. Otherwise, we get a really bad bug, which we do not want. And we only want to run this use effect once. Yeah, so we don't need any dependencies. But this is super important. Here, we need to add an event listener before unload. And this happens when the user closes the browser or the browser tab. Yeah. What we want to do then is we want to run handle leave as well, yeah, so that the user leaves in real time. Yeah? This is very important, so we need to make use of this event. And then also here we can have a cleanup, so when this component unmounts, we remove this event listener here, yeah, to avoid any memory leaks. And yeah, I think we are almost good to go. We might have forgotten to code out some TypeScript here, but I would say we can start with the implementation of the JSX code here. Yeah. So first of all, let's have a flex component here. Let's close this flex component. And this flex component has a couple of props. Justify center, then ML. For the case that it is a small device, then we want to have 100 pixel of ML, otherwise 0. Yeah, and then for W, we want to, and then for the W, for the case that we are on a small device, we want to have calc 100 VW minus 100 pixel, otherwise we want to have 1000 pixel. And then we also have some style here. So we say height 100 VH, but we also can write it like this. Yeah, H 100 VH, like so. For the case that we are not loading anymore and that the user is part of this chat room, then we want to render something. We want to render a card. And before I keep going, let me close this correctly. Like so. And let's have a proper ternary operator here. Yeah. Since we are using question mark here, we need to use colon as well. Now here on this card tag, let's have a few props. With border, shadow XL, P0, W 100%. Then in this card, let's have a flex component, direction column, position relative, H 100% and W 100%. Let's close this component. In here, let's have another flex component, direction column. And then here BG, we have a light gray. Let's close it. And then we have another flex component in here. Direction row, justify space around, align center, MYSM. Let's close this flex component. Now in this flex component, we have another flex component, which looks like this. Flex direction column, align start. Then in there we have a text component, MBXS, color dimmed and italic, and with a text of chat with. Yeah, and then we check whether we have users of Chatroom. If this is the case, we render our overlapping avatars component and we pass in the corresponding users as props, yeah, like so. And now let's see what's happening here. We still have an error here. Not really sure why that is, but maybe let's check it out in here. Alright, this has crashed. Subscriptions, user started typing. Okay, here we get an error. User started typing. Alright, what's happening here? Is this incorrect? Oh my god, did I actually create these subscriptions? So I totally forgot to create these subscriptions. So let's do it quickly. We will have a live users subscription, live users.ts. Looking like this, yeah. Subscription live users in chatroom, and it takes a chatroom ID of type float, and then we call live users in chatroom, which is what we named it on the backend. And then we return ID, full name, avatar URL, and email. Then also we have a new message subscription, new message.ts, looking like this. Yeah, subscription, new message. We need the chatroom ID, which is of type float. And then we return ID, content, image URL, and created ad for the message. But we also return the user, which is the sender of the message. So ID, full name, email, and avatar URL. Then let's have a user started typing. User started typing subscription. Looking like this. User started typing. We pass in the chatroom ID of type float and the user ID of type float here. Yeah. And then we return the ID, full name, email, and avatar URL of the user. Let's have a similar case for user stopped typing.ts. Yeah, but here we are calling user stop typing. Yeah, very important. And everything else is the same. All right, cool. Now let's see if we get any errors here. Okay, we got one error here. Unknown argument, user ID on field subscription, user started typing. User started typing. User ID. So let's check out our playground. Here we have our schema. Let's go to subscription and user started typing. Okay, we actually need to pass in the user ID, huh? Okay, so let's go to the backend again. Let's go to our chatroom resolver. Let's look for started typing. And you know what? Maybe we need to pass in, yeah. So we just get rid of this error, although we don't really need it, yeah. So let's make sure here on this user started typing subscription that you add this here, yeah. Because on the front end, yeah, we have written it in this way, yeah. So now let's go back to the front end. Let's rerun this. Yeah, you know, the thing is, actually we don't need to pass the user ID here. This is bad because because we don't need it, yeah. You see here, we don't use it, but here on the front end we say we need it. So this is why we get this error. So yeah, maybe we just leave it like this now, yeah, instead of working on this here, because yeah, the error is gone and everything is fine. So let's see what our front end does. And actually our front end is working again. But now we are getting an error again. User started typing mutation is not defined. Okay. So let's go back to our chat window. User started typing. So yeah, I think we need to import this. So user started typing mutation from mutations. User started typing mutation. How did we name it? User started typing mutation. Wait, let me see. User started typing mutation. User started typing mutation, which is correct. Of course, we need to wait. User started typing mutation. User started typing mutation. Strange. Let's go to chat window 103. That's where we are getting this error here, yeah? 103. Ah, okay, it's complaining about user stopped mutation, yeah? User stopped typing. User stopped typing mutation. I think we had to import it, yeah? Okay. Now let's refresh. And now this seems to be working here, yeah? So we see our chat room here, our chat window, and we see the users here, yeah? But these are not the live users, these are just the members of the room, yeah? So here we have just one member and so on, yeah? Pretty cool. And if you are still with me, you are doing an amazing job, and let's keep going. Alright, and now I would say let's keep going and let's start keep coding our chat window here, yeah? So we are here in our JSX code. So let's keep going with this. Now below this closing bracket and this closing flex tag, let's create another flex component. Let's close it. And here we have direction column, justify space around, and align start. In here, let's have a list component with a width of 150. And in here, let's render a text mbxs c dimmed and italic, and it says live users. Yeah, like so. And then in here, below this text component, let's map over live users and chat room. Like so. Let's close everything correctly. And then in here, let's have another flex component. Let's close it. Oops. Flex. And this flex component has key of user ID. Pos is relative. W25, H25, MYXS. And then in here, let's render an avatar component with radius of XL, size 25, and source is either user avatar URL or null. Yeah, so we either render our avatar, which is this thing here, or we render null, and then we have a nice placeholder, yeah, which you see here. This is what we are doing here. And now let's create a little green dot indicating that the user is live. So down below this avatar, let's have another flex component with position of absolute, bottom 0, right 0, W10, H10, BG is green, and style here, border radius is 10. And then down below this closing flex here, we don't put anything inside it. We have a text with MLSM, and in here we render user full name, like so. And here you see our live user list, yeah? Currently there's only one user in it. And we can even test it. Let's head to another room. For example, this room here, yeah? And now maybe let's try to log in as Tommy. So let's grab this email. And the password is also this email, I think. Yeah, we are logged in, beautiful. And now you see we are already here on room 8. Yeah. This is also here room 8, right? And you see, in real time we see that Tommy is in this room now, yeah? And now when refreshing the page, you see that Jane is leaving here, yeah? In real time. Pretty cool. And now let's see what happens for the case that Tommy joins another room. Okay, he should leave here in real time, and this is not working. And I think I forgot one use effect in our chat window component. So let's go back to our chat window component and let's implement this. Yeah, I think I know what we need to implement. So we need to have one more use effect, which looks like this here. When the user chooses to join another room, we need to run handle enter, which is correct. Then we need to set the live users. But then also we need to make sure that when the component unmounts, so to speak, yeah, that we run handle leave. Yeah, this is important. And it is dependent on the chatroom ID. Yeah? So when the chatroom ID changes, which means that the user joins another room or completely leaves the app, yeah, then we want to run handle leave. Yeah. All right. And now let's try it out. I'm here as Tommy. Let's join another room. And you see it updates in real time. Now I join it again. And here's Tommy again. Yeah, pretty cool. And now let's close this here. And Tommy has left the room. Yeah, beautiful. Now let's go back to our JSX code and let's keep coding. Now below this closing list tag and two other closing flex tags, let's have a divider with size of SM and W of 100%. Yeah, so we have a nice line here. Then below this closing flex tag, let's have a scroll area. Let's also close it. The scroll area has a viewport ref of scroll area ref. We have to create this one. H of 70 view H, offset scroll bars, type always, W 100% and P of MD. Then in the scroll area here, let's say for the case that loading is true, then we want to render with loading ... and maybe let's make it italic and color of dimmed. Otherwise, we want to render something else. And here I can to create loading as well. So maybe let's do that. Let's create loading and scroll area ref. So let's go up. And here above this return statement, let's have a scroll area ref, which is of type HTML div element or null. Initially it's null. And let's also create loading. So let's try to find our live users subscription. Alright, I think I forgot to create another query here. Let's find it out. Get messages for chatroom. Yeah, we didn't make use of this query. So yeah, let's create that one. Let's go maybe somewhere here. So here we are making use of get messages for chatroom query. we pass in the chatroom ID. Here again, we can use chatroom ID. And here we have access to data, loading, and error. Beautiful. Let's go down. And here, let's render a fragment so we get rid of this error here. And now here in these parentheses, for the else case, let's say messages map. We map over each message and we return a message bubble component with a key of message ID, message of message, and current user ID is equal to user ID, like so. And let's see what we have here. Yeah, this should be correct. And we don't have these messages, so we also need to create this one. So we actually need to create these messages. Let's go up. And we need to make some local state here. So let's say messages and set messages. Use state. And here we can use message array, like so. Then down below, we need to have another use effect. Yeah, our good old friend use effect. And here we simply set the messages whenever data changes, yeah, which is this here. I think we could even say data and then data question mark and then get messages for chatroom, yeah, like so. Okay. And now we need to put in some work in our message bubble component to make it really beautiful. And I would say, yeah, let's code out this message bubble component now. Or maybe let's leave it like this and let's implement the elements for sending a message, yeah? Because firstly we need to create a message so we can display it using the message bubble component. Yeah, this makes total sense. It doesn't make sense to code out this component now, so we don't actually see how it looks like and so on. We can't see the process of creating this component. So yeah, let's leave it like this and let's keep coding. Let's make sure that we create all the other elements such as inputs and buttons and so on that we need. So below this scroll area, let's have another flex component. And here I use style, yeah. You can also do it differently, but let's leave it like this. Style, width of 100%, position absolute, bottom 0, background color is a light gray, direction column, bottom 0, align start. Then in this flex component, let's have a divider. Size SM, W 100%. Then down below this divider, let's have another flex component. Let's close it. Let's give it a few props. W 100%, MX, MD, MY, XS, align center, justify center, direction column, pos relative, PSM. Then in there, let's have another flex component. Position absolute, bottom 50, direction row, align center, BG, light gray, border radius of 5, yeah, make sure to use style here, and box shadow of 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 5 pixel, 0 pixel, and black, yeah. And then for the case that typing user's length is 0, then we want to have a padding of 0, otherwise we want to have a padding of SM, yeah? Then in this flex component, let's render an avatar group. And in this avatar group, we map over typing users. And then for each user, we render a tooltip with key of user ID and label of user full name. And then in this tooltip, we have an avatar with a radius of XL and a source of either user avatar URL or null. Yeah? And we always use null here so that this avatar component can automatically render a nice placeholder, yeah, if there's no avatar URL. And then down below this avatar group, Let's say for the case that typing user's length is higher than 1, then we want to render a text with italic and C dimmed, and in it we want to have a text is typing ... Yeah. Now below this closing flex tag, let's have another flex component. Let's close it. This flex component has W of 100%, MX of MD, align of center, justify of center. And in there, let's have another flex container. And here we have to say get root props, like so. We have to spread them in and align center. And then for the case that we have a selected file, then we want to show an image. Yeah. And this image has a few props. MR of MD, width of 50, height of 50. Source is preview URL. Alt is preview and radius is MD. Down below this, let's have a button with a left icon of icon Michelin bib gourmand. And then in here we have an input and we spread in get input props like so. And I think I messed something up here. What did I mess up here? Did I have, maybe I need to get rid of one of flex? Yeah, there was one closing flex tag too much. And now we have this nice button here. Let's try it out. Images. And you see we get a nice preview. It's already working nicely. Now below this input and this closing flex tag, let's have a text input, yeah, with a few props. So on key down, we want to run handle user started typing, which makes sense. We give it a style of flex 0.7, a value of message content. On change, we want to set message content to e.currentTarget.value. Placeholder is type your message. On the right section, we want to have a button with on click of handle send message. Color is blue. And left icon is icon Michelin bib gourmand and then send. Yeah, this is what we want to have here. And now let's make sure to create this handle send message function. Let's go up and above this return statement, const handle send message, which is an async function. And in here, we call await send message, like so. As variables, we pass in the chatroom ID. Here we can say chatroom ID again. As content, we pass in message content. And then we pass in the selected file as our image, yeah, like so. Then we will have refetch queries, yeah. So here we specify refetch queries. Let's close this array. And here we use get chatrooms for user, yeah. And why do we use this here? The reason is, whenever we send a new message, yeah, then we want to update this chatrooms list, because each item of the chatrooms list contains the last message, yeah, the latest message. So every time we send a message, we want to update this, yeah, and you will see this soon. So why I get this error here now? I need to close this correctly here. Like so, but I'm still getting an error here. Why is that? What's going on here? I have to do it like this here. Sorry for that. And also, we need to make sure below these two brackets that we have set message content. We have to set it to an empty array again, and set selected file. We have to set to null also, yeah. And now let's go back. Why we have an error here? What's going on here? Okay. So did I forget to close something here? Yeah, it seems I forgot to close something here. So what did I, okay, yeah. One closing curly bracket too much. And now we are fine here. And I think we can try it out, huh? Hello world. Let's do that. Alright, it's currently not working. Of course, we need to implement our message bubble component, yeah. So let's do that now. And yeah, so we have to import message bubble. Let's hit refresh. And as you can see, we already display the messages here, yeah. We have two messages, yeah, which I have sent. We can send another one, but currently we get an error, yeah, which is totally fine. Let's also add an image. And now let's implement this message bubble component. So let's go over there. Let's close all the other tabs. Oops, I closed the wrong one. All right, now our message bubble component, let's refactor it. It expects props, yeah. And here we can destructure it, so message and current user ID. And here we need to define message props. And we can say message is of type string. Is this correct? And actually message is of type message from GQL GraphQL. And then the current user ID, let's make it of type number. Now let's create a variable, cons theme, by using use Mantine theme. Let's import this from Mantine core. For the case that we do not have a user ID on the message object, then we don't want to do anything. Next, let's create a variable, is sent by current user, which is a boolean. And here we check whether the sender of the message is equal to the current user ID. And now we can start to code out the JSX. So let's have a flex component here. Let's import this from Mantine core. Let's give this flex component a few props. Let's give it justify. And here let's make it dynamic. For the case that is sent by current user is true, then we want to have flex end. Otherwise, we want to have flex start. Also, we want to have align center, margin MD, and we want to have, yeah, maybe let's say margin bottom is 10. Yeah. Now in this flex component, for the case that is sent by current user is not true, we want to render an avatar with radius XL. Source is either message user avatar URL or null. And alt is message user full name. And then let's create another flex component down below this closing brackets. And this has direction of column, justify center, align center. And then for the case that is sent by current user is true, then we want to render me, yeah, in a span. Otherwise, we want to render message user full name, yeah. And now you already see me, yeah. And what we can do is, here we are on chat room number 8, yeah. So let's join this room again. Let's go to our application. Let's join as Tommy at gmail.com, like so. Let's go to room 8. Yo, what up? Hit send. Now let's refresh. And here you see, yeah, how this looks. So this is why we are making use of this here is sent by current user, and this is why we have the user on the message, yeah? So we can separate sender and receiver, yeah? This is the reason for this user object on the message. Now below these closing brackets, let's have a paper component. This paper component has a few props. Let's say P of MD, then it has style. Let's close the style correctly. Yeah, margin left, and here, if is sent by current user, then margin left is 0, otherwise it's 10. And then margin right is sent by current user, then it's 10, otherwise it's 0. And then background color here, if it's sent by current user, then we give it theme colors blue, 6, otherwise we give it a light gray, yeah? And then for the color here, is sent by current user, if this is true, then we give it white, otherwise we give it, yeah, we inherit it basically. And now in our paper component, let's render message content. And here we get an error. Why do we get an error? Please make sure to import it from Mantine core. And look at this, yeah? Looking already so much better here. And yeah, you see we are using inherit here, and it seems like it just uses this color here, which is black or something like this, yeah? So the default color. And we could also change this, yeah, to the color you like, but I think this fits nicely. Now, down below message content, for the case that we have an image URL on the message, then we want to render an image with a width of 250 and a height of 250, fit cover, and a source where I think we don't really need this here, but let's try it out. And let's import image from Mantine core. And look at this. Yeah, looking really beautiful. And yeah. And I would say this looks really beautiful already, yeah? And good job if you are here with me, coding along, yeah? You built something awesome here. So yeah, let's keep going. Then down below this image, let's have a text component. Let's import it from Mantine core. And here we have style. Again, it's dynamic. For the case that is sent by current user is true, then we want to have a color of a light gray again. Otherwise, we want to have color gray. Yeah. So here you see it, different colors, because here we want to have a different color. Here we want to have a brighter color, so to speak, because this is a dark background here. Yeah. So we want to have a nice contrast here. We don't want to make it as dark as here, so to speak, yeah? This is the reason for this. We could also make it black here, yeah? So, but yeah, let's make it gray, so this looks a bit better, I think. And currently you see that here is no avatar, yeah? For the messages that I have sent, meaning is sent by current user is true here. So what I still need to do here is below this flex here, after paper and flex, we need this block of code, yeah, is sent by current user. Then we want to render an avatar again with mr of md, radius of xl, source of message user avatar URL or null, and out of message user full name. Yeah, now you see this avatar here. All right, pretty cool. And now I just wonder about one thing. Why do we have no real-time functionality here? Okay, we get an error. Cannot return null for non-nullable field. Interesting. Yeah. So we get an error for our send message mutation. let's check it out. Let's go to our mutation here. Send message, where is it? This looks correct. Let's go to our backend. Let's go to send message, and let's go to chatroom types. Alright, all the fields are nullable, which is fine. Oh, and you know what? Here we get this error, yeah? Cannot return null for non-nullable field mutation send message, yeah? The reason is in our send message mutation, we are saying we are returning a message, but look at here. We are actually not returning anything. So let's make sure that we return the new message here, yeah? This is important. And now let's try it out again. All right, and actually, as always, I forgot a few things. So let's implement the missing things and then everything will work just fine, yeah? Sorry for this, guys. But yeah, you always make mistakes. That's pretty normal when building something like this. So yeah, let's go back here to our chat window component. Let's scroll down until we come to this return statement. And now let's keep to implement a few more things here. First of all, we want to have a function scroll to bottom. And this makes sure whenever a new message appears that we scroll to bottom, yeah? This is really beautiful and a nice feature in our application. So yeah, let's make use of this. And how does this work? So we have a ref on our scroll area, yeah? And then we can access the scroll element. And what we do then is we say scroll element scroll to, and then we scroll, and then we say top scroll element dot scroll height, yeah? And this scrolls completely down, yeah? The scroll height is basically the whole height of this thing here, yeah? So it scrolls to the bottom, so to speak, and we say behavior is smooth. Now, yeah, our good old friend useEffect, we still have to use it again here. We always have to use it. And here we have a dependency array again, and we need to pass in data get messages for chatroom. Then for the case that we have some messages here, what we want to do then is we want to create a variable unique messages. Yeah, so we avoid getting duplicates, and then we are making use of set, and set does not allow duplicates, so to speak, yeah? And what we are doing here is we are creating a new set which only contains the message IDs, yeah? And now, once we have a set of unique message IDs, what we want to do then is the following. We want to map again. We map over each ID, and then in here we say the following: data get messages for chatroom find. Yeah, we go over each message, and then we say m.id is triple equal to id. And this ensures that we now have an array, yeah, which only contains unique messages, yeah. So we basically took all the IDs here, and this thing, then we can call set messages and pass in the unique messages. And then after that, we also want to scroll to the bottom, yeah? Because we got a new message and you saw this action here already. So this works correctly now, yeah? It automatically scrolls to the bottom. And why do I get an error here now? Maybe let's say as message array. Yeah, like so. Okay. Now, again, we need another use effect. And this depends on messages as well as on datasub.newMessage. Yeah. So datasub.newMessage is basically the data that we get back from our subscription, yeah? And now in here, let's say we want to scroll to bottom. And then also for the case that the new message from the subscription is not found in messages, yeah? What we want to do then is we want to basically spread in all the old messages, but add also the new message, yeah, from the subscription, like so. And now I need to close this again here. And why do we get an error here? Alright, cannot find data sub. I also forgot to create this, so let's create data sub. And data sub is basically returned by using use subscription here and then our new message subscription. And we pass in as variables chatroom ID, and we can simplify this because we have this chatroom ID variable like so, yeah? And now I think we should be fine here. Huh? Let's try it out. Hello there. Hit enter. It's updated. Alright, let's see what's happening here now. Let's put the browsers next to each other and let's try it out. Hello dear. Alright, this works. Yeah. Let's also send an image. And this also works beautifully, yeah? But one thing though, our typing indicator does not work completely, yeah? So this should disappear. And so let's fix this issue. Let's see if there are any errors in the console. I think there are no errors. These are all old errors. So I'm not quite sure why we do not get this. And you know what? I found the error. So the reason for this, why this typing indicator is not disappearing, is the following. It's a stupid mistake by me. Here in our handle user started typing, yeah, we need to make sure after we have set the typing users that we actually fire the user stopped typing mutation like so. Yeah, and now let's try it out again. And this should stop. And it stops, you see? It stops after 5000 milliseconds and it works perfectly, yeah? Okay, and with that we are basically done. Thank you so much for watching and coding along, and see you in another video.